Good afternoon, everyone. AlteredCalyx here. How you guys doing? Guess what we're playing? We are playing Rogue Trader. Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. We left off at an exciting point yesterday. We left off right before going up on an elevator. I don't know if it's gonna be exciting. Hey Zirconis, day treating you well? Yeah, it is. I had a Chick-fil-A spicy biscuit this morning, so of course my day's going well. What about you? How's your day going? Yes, let's start this up. Let me see what's happening here. Let me click this. All right, I think we're all good to go. We're all good to go. Press any key. Can't go wrong with Chick-fil-A, right? That's what I'm saying. What are you doing today? What's on your schedule? I'm stuck with this character portrait, by the way, guys. If I was gonna use a custom one, I think from what I've briefly read online, it sounded like I either needed a placeholder or actually use a custom picture and then I could swap it out. But I don't know, unless I use like a mod, I can't swap this out. And the only reason I don't want to use a mod is I think achievements are disabled if I use a mod. Now I did read that the toy box mod has a setting that you can re-enable achievements, but I just feel like now it's just going around in a circle, right? Okay, mods disable it and then you got a mod that enables it, and it's like I'm just not even gonna play with it. So I don't look like my character portrait. It is what it is. Jaconis is saying, I got some pulled pork from a barbecue place here yesterday. I'm going to be eating that for a week. Isn't that so true? You go to like any barbecue place and they give such gigantic portions. And ribs, well, I eat the ribs at the barbecue place. It's pretty filling, so yeah, I love it. And I'll probably watch a little bit of you and play an idle game in the background. What's an idle game? Are you playing this, by the way? Or are you still playing BG3 with your bro? Okay, we gotta level up. Leveling up, the reason why I sighed is because I don't really know what I'm doing. And I'm hoping this game is gonna be a little bit forgiving in what I pick. The idle game is loot ton? Like the word loot is in there. Sounds like it's gonna be a good game. We stopped playing BG3, life got busy. It happens, right? It happens. Good thing there's a pause, right? It's not an MMO where you gotta grind every day, otherwise you fall behind. I'm not playing this yet. I own it, but still waiting for the first big patch. First big patch happened today. You're in luck. That means you can buy it today. So, there you go. I'm playing Deep Rock Galactic with friends in the evenings, some evenings. I see some people playing that. I remember I played that. I got suckered into playing early access. Was it early access? I don't know. I feel like I had this conversation with hubby Mulvinator before. I can't. Oh, I own it. My brother gifted me this game for Christmas. Oh, nice bro. Nice bro. She can play it now. Actually, I don't even know. Should I be pushing this game? I don't know. I like this game. I'm not sure I love it, but I'm in that phase where, you know, it's a brand new game, new lore, new combat system, like new types of everything, that it's kind of overwhelming, so my brain has to wrap around it first. I still think give me like maybe 20 hours into this and I'll probably be hooked, right? So I'm not worried. And I play Wizard 101 with another group of friends sporadically. You are busy. I was hoping to gauge your enthusiasm. I feel like I had this same feeling with like Pathfinder. Any new game, I feel really overwhelmed and I'm like, what are they doing? What are they asking? What does this mean? It's just a lot of words, right? And it has to sink in. But I remember Pathfinder, once I understood like oh my gosh, I feel like the turning point in Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous was learning about touch AC and touch spells, and then like then I was like, okay, all right, we're having fun now. So I feel like I need a moment like that here where I'm like, oh, okay. So yeah, I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for that aha moment. I just hope this game is as deep as Wrath of the Righteous. I feel like it is kind of. I am feeling some of that vibe. I feel like the story's already kind of gripped me. Like, I want to know more. Rose said Wrath of the Righteous got a big edition not long ago too. Yes, I did see they put something out. I was contemplating playing it again, but I know that game is really long, so so it's kind of on the back burner. Yeah, they've been putting stuff out. Cause I wonder. Yeah, they haven't been putting stuff out, and then they did put something out. You may need something shorter to play, right? I know, but this is from Alcat. I don't know if it follows Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous. This is gonna be a long game too, which I'm fine with. I just can't foresee playing a second playthrough in the near future. All right, so let's see what we can level up here. We're gonna choose one of the thumbs up and hope that they don't lead us astray. Alcat does make some games you can sink your teeth into. Yes, I have to give them props too. Like I can't even imagine the tabletop version of this, or even like Pathfinder games. Like, it's a lot. It's a lot of info to translate into CRPG, right? So, yeah, I like the UI in this game. It looks really nice. Yeah, I agree. And I like on the quest journal page, like that mechanical arm goes up and down. So, yeah, they upgrades. And now if they could only give me the option to change my profile pic. All right, what's commanding voice? Let's see what this is. The range of the officer's ability is increased by 3. Okay, I kind of like this because that was an issue. The officer's resolve is increased by 3. What? Just mine? Officers inspire their comrades in arms. Yeah, I purposely picked officer because I felt like I was gonna be like a support type. But the steel resolve is just my own resolve increased by 3. What's my resolve over here? Say what my resolve is. Resolve? No. Aha, here. So you're saying if I pick that, it's gonna boost it up to 7? Resolve influences how efficiently and for how long maybe characters can fight in the battle. Oh, it determines the amount of momentum gained at the beginning of each turn or after killing an enemy. Why is Inspire Courage locked? Because I feel like I picked something. Yeah, you already have this feature. So I guess instead of like taking it completely out, they just lock it. I know it does seem a little weird to me. Locked usually means like it forked, right? So I can't take this path, but it says I already have this feature. Or maybe it does mean it forked. Maybe it means when it says I already have this feature, I already have. You know, it would be nice if I actually knew what I have. Let's see what I have. Hold on here. Okay, so I do have it. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an ability for the first time in a round, that ally gains 5 temporary wounds. So, yeah. So I guess locked means I've already picked it, not that it worked and I can't do it. Okay. Personal oversight. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an action, an ability, or an attack, that ally's resolve is increased by 1 until the end of the officer's next turn. Effect stacks and is prolonged till the end of the officer's turn. Each time stacks cannot be prolonged past the officer's next turn. So I'm guessing this resolve is like morale, right? So they're saying that I can increase someone's morale whenever the officer. That allies' resolve is increased by 1. Is 1 enough? I know it says it stacks, but that means every round I'd have to put it on them. I don't know. Focus. Whenever an officer uses an ability on an ally, that ally gains a bonus to their perception and ballistic skill equal to 3. These bonus stack, but half the stacks rounded up are lost at the end of the target's turn. Why would, like, ballistic skill, I understand would be great for like Argenta and Hekata, but why, what does this do? It also affects the awareness skill and reduces enemy dodge chance against a character's attack. Okay. I guess it still helps the melees. Awareness also affects the awareness skill. Traps. That's what it was. Hubby was asking, is there a rogue class? And I was like, I'm not sure, but I was like, I know they have this ability, and I forgot what the ability is called. It's called awareness, or to detect traps and stuff. Like detect traps, and then there's, what is she? She was able deactivate traps. So isn't that like, that's something new? Oh, and it's based on oh. Huh. Okay. Momentum is the blue bar that powers heroic acts. Yes, but it can also go down. So if you're winning the battle, it's gonna go up. But I think if you're losing, it might go down. I don't know how I interpreted it. I'm not entirely sure. Momentum has a minimum of 0 and a maximum of 200. And at the start of every battle, it will begin at 100. If you reach 175 momentum, any character can use a heroic act. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Anyway, back to leveling. I don't like this because then my DPS people go ham, right? Do a blood of martyrs. Was one of your level up choices something that powers up momentum? Kind of. It's a focus. Okay, not this one. This one increases my resolve. The officer's resolve is increased by 3. Hold on. That's just the range. Oh, this one, personal oversight. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an action, that ally's resolve is increased by 1. The only problem is just 1 seemed a little bit weak to me, right? Like, I know it says it stacks, but that means I can only up it by 1. I guess I have to gauge it in the battle. Like, I don't know how much it goes up and down, right? Like, if it only goes up by like 1, then fine, 1 is great, right? But if it goes up, I don't know. When you clicked on greater details, was it saying resolve equals more momentum? Resolve is momentum. Well, resolve influences how efficiently and for how long characters can fight in the battle. It determines the amount of momentum gained at the beginning of each turn or after killing an enemy. So, like, my resolve is 4. Okay, so I guess that's what's saying for every time I, like, do something. So if I do steel resolve, it'll be 7. So after every round, it increases it by 7. It would be. So I think like the steel resolve would be great for me, but I was kind of as like debating whether 1 + 1 + 1 resolve is good enough for a full level up. Yeah, I know. Same. I'm trying to understand also. I don't know how poignant +1 resolve is. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I'm gonna level up, I usually like things that are, you know, either passive or more permanent, or, you know, something like that. The +3 resolve is for me, this one. The officer's resolve is increased by 3. So I'm guessing if I click on this, it'll increase this, my resolve, to 7. Commanding voice sounded nice, but I don't know the range on your stuff. Yeah, it does seem really nice because it seems like it's a pretty big boost in range, honestly. But I'm supposed to be a healer, guys. I feel like this one might be good. Whenever an ally uses a heroic act, that ally gains temporary wounds equal to 10% of their maximum wounds plus resolve. Except that's only when they use a heroic act. I rarely use heroic acts because you need to charge up. Isn't range good for healing? I don't have any healing spells. I don't have any healing right now, that's why. But I guess I could look at it for future purposes. I can buff. I can buff right now. I have something that buffs people. So maybe just a longer range to buff. The thing is, I want my ranged people together because the other two, especially Argenta, and I think Hekata too, they have abilities where they do more damage. What's it called? They're by people. Not that one. This one. This one. For each adjacent ally, the soldier deals 10% more damage to enemies. So I definitely want her standing next to other ranged. Because if you're a buffer, healer, etc., being able to reach people further away makes... Yeah, except my people should not be far away from each other. But I guess things happen, right? Argenta Portress looks badass, right? I like her, yeah. I feel like I like everyone except for my own portrait. Like, even she looks kind of normal, actually. This is a hireling, I think. It's a pre-made hireling. Like, you can make custom ones, but she was just available, so I picked her up. And this is Abelard. It's kind of stoic. And then here's me. That doesn't even look like me. But whatever. We'll just pretend. Pretend it looks like something. Okay. Alright, let's look at this again. Is this passive? Actually, this might be good because whenever the officer targets an ally with an action, the ally's resolve is increased by 1. Because I'm always trying to buff people, so... Maybe that's good. Not be prolonged past the officer's next turn. This effect stacks and is prolonged until the end of the officer's next turn, each time it stacks. Yeah, that part kind of sucks, right? It just seems like such a small bonus for such a short duration. That's what I'm saying. It's just +1. I wonder if that +1 increases somehow later. Like if I get kind of plus something gear. Because, yeah, it just seems so low. Focus didn't sound bad. I agree, because like I said, that means like Argenta, anyone who has the ballistic skill, which is Argenta and Hekata right now, their DPS will be boosted. I do. Well, 2 of them. That's why I was wondering, is it only going to benefit only two people. That's why I was wondering what perception did. And it looked like perception does, it affects the awareness. Which doesn't seem right, but this part, and reduces enemy dodge against the character's attack. So if they have higher perception, then the enemy has less chance to dodge their attacks. It's kind of like roundabout. Yes. Yeah, I'm thinking focus, because it can benefit everybody. Right? Yeah. Yeah, let's try it. Let's try it. Fellowship and willpower. I feel like willpower is my thing, right? Flex the character's ability to withstand the horrors of the warp. I feel like I need this because I use the warp. Character's ability to interact with other creatures. I think we'll let Abelard deal with other people, other creatures. He seems a friendlier guy than me. And he's not very friendly, I feel. I kind of wanted High Fellowship also, but looks like I need willpower. I know I will need willpower. You can inspect surely at some point, right? If you make mistakes. This is what I'm worried about. I have to read up on the achievements stuff. Not that I care. I'm not gonna 100% it, right? But in Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, if you respect, I guess what I'm saying, to get the achievement that you completed the game on core, you could not respec. Well, let me rephrase that. To play it on core meant that you could not respec. So that's why I changed it. When I played Wrath of the Righteous, I did core, and then so I guess it was technically a custom difficulty because I selected core, but then I allowed respecs, and I allowed Death's Door, and then that invalidated my achievement. There's a dude on your flagship that will let you respec. Right, I already met him, but I'm saying I won't get the achievement that I finished this on daring. And I want it. I want this achievement that says I completed on daring. So I'm gonna look it up before I actually respec. So I don't know yet. In Pathfinder, it did. Respecing avoided the achievement that you completed it on core, but I think that was because core did not let you respec. So if you allowed respec, then you didn't. Then the game didn't recognize the difficulty as core. It recognized it as a custom. So yeah, I just have to read up on it. I'll read up on it tonight and see if achievements are invalidated by that. Like I read, even when I was trying to find out the portrait, changing the portrait, they're like, oh yeah, just use toolbox. But then I also read using mods will invalidate achievements. Like, and I was like, nope. I know I'm not gonna 100% it, but I still want as many achievements as I can, right? So all right, so yeah, we're going for willpower. That looks good. Complete. Idira. She is, let's see, she's another Psyker. Whenever the operative triggers an exploit on an enemy, the operative gains +1 damage and 2% armor penetration. Triggers exploit. If the operative hits a target with an exploit stack, the exploit sounds like one of her abilities. Maybe? The operative immediately inflicts 1 exploit. Maybe I should just look up what one is. What the hell is an exploit stack? I think that's what this does. Operative, yeah. The operative inflicts 1 stack of the exploit effect. Okay, okay, yep. So that's what it is. So this one. So whenever I put that debuff on them, the operative gains +1 damage and 2% armor penetration. I feel like that sounds good then. Okay, weak body, weak soul. Exposed weakness also reduces enemies' toughness and willpower. Because when I put exploit on, the next time I think I get to do more damage, but if I expose weakness, then everybody gets to do more damage on them. Okay, fresh target. Whenever the operative attacks an enemy that is at full wounds, that attack deals 10 more damage to that enemy. This is only on the first hit though, huh? Unless every time I kill... No, she attacks an enemy, then she'll just keep doing more damage. I don't know. I kind of like either 1 or 2. Weak body, weak soul. Those weakness also reduces toughness. Maybe it's time Idira is a team player. Wish I could I could do expose. I'm the I feel like if it's like BG3, we want to like target down one at a time, unless it's a bunch of fodder. But I'm gonna choose this. Probably wants measurement of the character's acumen, reason, and knowledge. It also affects the lore Imperium, lore warp, lore Xenos, logic, Medicae, and tech use. He has 30. I guess int doesn't affect. I'm used to int affecting like casters. It's technically a caster, but I guess this doesn't affect her. Perception is 50. Yeah, I think we should keep advancing this. So, an increase. I like depleted their strengths. All right, done. Zooming along, I feel now. All right, let's see. Argenta. I mean, ballistic skill, right? 50. Agility. Oh gosh, she wants both. 50. Well, somebody's got to increase their agility. I'll give her agility. That's... oh. Dash? The soldier immediately dashes in the selected direction, spending all their movement points. Does not provoke attacks of opportunity. Allows the soldier to dash through allies and enemies, but not through obstacles. Just 3 spells. I guess this is good if she's ranged, so if some enemy comes right up to her face, she can dash away and not provoke an attack of opportunity. So I guess it's good defensively, but let's see what control shot is. Soldier gives a sign that they are about to open fire. The soldier and their allies will automatically dodge the soldier's next attack. Will automatically dodge. So if she's doing like spread damage like AoE, this is not gonna hurt my friends. Is that what they're saying? No friendly fire. The soldier and their allies automatically dodge the soldier. That might be useful because sometimes the melee are in the way. I think I like this better. Yeah. Okay, girl. She 55. She has the most. I'm gonna give her more ballistic. Oh, and she has the same thing. We'll just give her the same. Good old Abelard. What are we doing with you, dude? Warn enemy. The warrior marks a target, gaining some armor and some damage on melee attacks against that target. If the target attacks the warrior during this round, the warrior gains 1 AP once per round. Does that mean like after I end his turn, but he gets AP, can I go back and he can use it again? Like he can do stuff? I feel like that's good. I mean, it gives them some armor and damage on melee attacks against somebody. Reckless Strike. The warrior's next melee attack gains some armor penetration, bonus damage, ignore the percentage of the target's parry. Every enemy who survives an attack enhanced by this ability will attack the warrior in return, including creatures with ranged weapons. So if I'm gonna do this, I need to kill them. Otherwise he gets hit. I'm gonna do sworn enemy. I feel like I can understand that better. Browse. It represents ability to resist negative effects applied by some poisons, stimulators, or alcohol. May give access to new dialogue options. So, as the most, probably good. Athletics, the most. Like this guy's the only one who can traverse, like do this check. But I almost feel like I should that, but this. So what if I can't traverse some fallen rocks or something, right? Let's do this. Let's hope someone else would get that. I don't know. I don't know. Hold on, guys. About this. Like the new dialogue option. I don't. by the character's toughness. I'm gonna continue. All right. Let's F5 it, and we can finally move on with our life. All right. Oh wait.
This unseen uncover my path.
Is that the elevator? Let's return to the void ship. Oh, this way. Who's this? Go up. Who is this? Why are you guys crying? Don't worry, guys. We're here. You don't have to cry anymore. Cassia, the pale figure with unnaturally long limbs, sounds like another Voidborn, stands with her arms raised, her hands deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament. When your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. Willpower test succeeded. See, this is why I took willpower. You are enveloped in despairing grief, and an invisible hand closes around your throat, cutting off your breath. Your limbs seem to fill with lead. Your heart hammers in your chest, and the desire to turn and flee from this room, from this station, almost gets the better of you. At the last moment, you master your emotions, and your will pushes back against the illusion, forcing it to retreat. Strong willpower for you. Idira emits something between a moan and a drawn-out whimper. Ow, ow, ow. As if my own little pals weren't bad enough, now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. Heresy. Argenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness. Then she lowers her head, and her white hair veils her face. Abelard, is this? What vile creatures is this? Argenta, rid the world of this heresy. Requires iconoclast follower. Overcome the crushing despair. I know why I'm here, and so I will stand strong against any illusion. Lady Cassia, I am here to help you. Please calm yourself. My 45 seems a little bit low. By the Emperor, if you do not stop your sorcery immediately, I will shoot you in the head. Wounder, stop your sorcery now. Attack. I've had enough of this. I'm gonna do this. I always like doing by dialogue option that is kind of unique to me, right? So let's try this. Hey Jordan Rayner, what are you doing over Christmas weekend? Probably playing this game. Merry Christmas to you too. You direct all your attention inward to your heart, currently shackled by another suffering. Under the gaze of your burning inner eye, the despair and pain begin to dwindle. The darkness in your soul dissipates, the lump in your throat shrinks, and you discover that you are standing in front of a bizarre creature, a young woman whose tears you seem to have dried along with your own. Happy New Year's Party 2024. You are starting the celebration awfully early. Cassia, she warily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out sound similar to both a sob and the howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Is someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And you, who are you? Heinrix von Calox. Gosh, this background noise is so freaking loud. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm looking for a navigator to join my crew. You look like you'll do. Life got busy abruptly, so mostly lurky, by the way. Thank you, Sir Conan. I appreciate the lurk. It matters little, you profane creature. You will die regardless. Pointedly remain silent. No, we're not going to stay silent. You, girl, may address me as your ladyship rogue trader. I think I'm just going to straight up say, like, get down to the facts. Like, I'm looking for a navigator. You want to join my guild? Cassia blinks in surprise as her pointed nails reach for the jewel on her forehead. I'm afraid I cannot respond to such an unexpected... What is this? I feel faint. Theobald Orselio, the heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby, erupts into low sobs, his eyes swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room. as though the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them. The child. Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child? Throne preserved. Despite his venerable age, the Navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. So they're both Navigators? Theobald or Celio, you. The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet black veins, and his bulging, milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. Yeah, we are gonna... I feel like, Jordan, all you're doing is asking the same question in a roundabout way. So we're just gonna do this. How do I do this? How do I do this? I don't know how to time out someone on YouTube, I guess. I guess I can just to put them in a timeout, but it doesn't the duration, but I don't know how to choose it. Oh, there it is, confirm. Yeah, let's do 10 minutes. 10 minutes! 10-minute timeout. Okay. Let's go back. My eyes fail me. For are they unable to make you out as either enemy? For they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orcelio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one's so deranged. It's making the whispers shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed, whoever you are. Abelard places a hand on his weapon. He's a little bit wary. Being vigilant. At present, I am trying to determine what is happening on your XV or commerce. I mean you no harm. I came to seek the Navigators. I've already dispatched Felic. Do you want to follow him? I don't want to threaten right now. I feel like this is a precarious situation here. Let's try to persuade. I'm just trying to find out what happened here and look for a Navigator. Phew. I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wreck station or like scoundrels on Felic's service. So who are you? It does not matter what my name is. Heinrix von Calox, rogue trader. Abelard introduced us. To you, old man, I am your ladyship rogue trader. Call me Calyx. I feel like distinction is important in this world. We're gonna... Abelard, do your thing. Her ladyship, rogue trader, Heinrix von Calox, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coronis Expanse and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade, extends her greetings. Abelard is useful. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy? How interesting. Your kind always makes an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful, and so House Orcelio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer. Think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide. I don't want to make an enemy. I need a Navigator. What is the curse that has taken hold of everyone in this room? You look frightening. What service do you ask of me? I want to know what happened between you and Felic. What service do you ask of me? Hope glimmers in the Navigator's milky eyes. Save the sacred child. Take her away from the station. I fear I do not have long left. A bluish rivulet trickles down the old man's chin, and he wipes the mutated blood brusquely away with a sleeve. You glimpse strange burns covering his flesh under his clothing. The slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain. What's going on with you, dude? Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Aranto. Aranto. Looks like Aaron 2. Acting head of House Horselio in the Cronus Expanse. Rest assured the reward will be worth your effort. I like the sound of that. I know we came here for a navigator, but after everything we've seen, I've got some reservations about this girl. Dear, I don't think we have a choice. Argenta looks at Cassia, and a painful furrow appears on her brow. Such a fragile thing with such a heavy burden upon her shoulders. You are talking as though you expect to die here. I want to know what happened between you and Felix. I believe I have made my decision. I actually do kind of want to know. Like, did I kill the right person? Felix is my wayward student. He came to Uruk V as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child, to revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss, to pervert the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our Navigators. What is this? Patriarch or matriarch that rules over a Navigator house. The figurative and often biological father or mother of the dynasty. Okay. Tisiphone. I like that. Tisiphone or Celium, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy. The renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the Novator's throne. Novator's throne. You were talking as though you expect to die. How could you lose control of your own station? I believe I have made my decision. Yeah, you're talking as though you're gonna die. Let's be honest, it looked like he was about to die. He's got burns under his clothes for whatever reason. Theobald shrugs indifferently. My service to the house is coming to an end. The wounds Felix inflicted on my flesh will never heal. I am dying. Praise the throne. Slowly enough to see that the child is taken care of. You need help. There is Medica deck on my ship. How could you lose control? I guess since I'm a healer, I should try to help others in need. Try going on my ship. But Theobald shakes his head. No, I am the keeper of Uruk V, and I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have other matters to attend to. He has other matters? Okay, fine. I made my decision. Is that so? Please share your thoughts. Cassia shall come with me. Attack. Felix was right. You are a crazy old man, and you deserve death. No. The last thing I need is a monster on my ship. Cassia shall remain here, and you shall serve as navigator on my vessel while you still live. Do I want a navigator that's almost died, like almost dead? I think we'll take Cassia. I don't know if Argenta's gonna like this, but I need a navigator. We'll bring her. Good. That is good. The old man nervously licks his lip, but do allow us to say our proper farewells. Okay?
Wake up, my mistress, my sacred child. It is all over now. It is over.
Theobald coughs up more bluish blood. It stains the armor plate on his chest, but he remains standing.
What?
Not standing. Kneeling.
What happened? You. I remember you. Have you come to save us?
Yes, I have. Mostly I came here to get you on my ship. Who's this guy? And this person? They look like they have some nice armor. Maybe they can join my group.
Child, please, listen to me very carefully. One last time. You will now embark on a voyage with this lady to rejoin the house and its regent in the Cronus Expanse. I will not be able to accompany you on this journey.
Another trickle of blue blood runs down the old man's face, this time from nose and ear.
No, not you too. Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze. You're coming with me. You're Your mistress is giving you an order. Do you hear me?
That's a good angle. A hot wave of despair that is not yours washes over you. Your palms sweat and your heart freezes in panic.
Mistress, I fear this will be your only order that I dare to disobey. I am the keeper of Yurak 5, and alas, I have less than a day in me. Allow me to serve you one last time and honor my final duty to House Orselio. I will remain on the station and destroy the secrets it holds.
Oh, Theobald.
The crimson tears stain the Lady Navigator's white skin once again, but this time her power does not make everyone weep along with her. Was she really crying blood? I regret that we had to meet under such circumstances. Enough tears. You are coming with me now. Let's have some empathy. Forgive the urgency, but we should leave the station immediately. The systems are unstable and may fail at any moment. Yeah.
But this is my home.
Yeah, but sounds like it's gonna perish.
Please, child, do not be stubborn. Remember your duty to the house, and let those thoughts bring you strength.
What are you going to do to me?
If you wish to leave the station alive, you must first sign a contract. What? You will undertake to serve as my navigator until I release you from that obligation. Damn. Seems very, like logical and stoic, right? Lady Cassia, I, Calyx von Valencius, rogue trader of the Imperium of Man, offer you my protection and grant you shelter aboard my vessel. Sounds a little bit nicer, right? Lady Cassia, let us aid one another. Become my navigator, and I shall restore you to House Orselio at the earliest opportunity. That's even nicer. Do I want to promise that I'm gonna help her? Is my girl selfish? Like, does she only want to be like, yeah, I need you, so sign this contract? I'm gonna say the second one here. I feel like it's enough to offer her my protection and shelter. Theobald Orselio nods slowly. Do not fear what is to come, child. You are ready to guide any vessel. I know this because I taught you myself, and it is difficult to imagine more worthy companion than a rogue trader. But remember, your safety is of paramount importance. Get to the Great Regent and fulfill your destiny.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Yurak 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
I feel like we should be able to take them, right? You can secure new servants once we're out of here. All who can be saved will be given succor on board my ship. I will provide you with every necessity. Naturally, this includes servants. I feel like, yeah, let's bring them along. I never heard that there's any restrictions on my ship. Girl, this is the best offer you're gonna get. It's my best and final offer.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orselio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of this place.
I know him. I feel like I have this picture as a wallpaper on my laptop. Okay, so we have another member. Let's see what she is. Lidless Stare. I think she looks kind of cool. All creatures within the area of effect, unlimited range. All creatures in a cone in front of the navigator suffer 11 to 14 damage. The affected targets must also pass a plus 30 bonus willpower resistance test or become stunned. This sounds really awesome, but the problem is It sounds like she's gonna have to be kind of close to them, huh? Is she melee? No, it doesn't look like it because of this thing. Bring it down. The officer... No, I guess she's gonna be ranged. The officer immediately grants an ally an extra turn with action points equal to 2 and no movement points. If the ally is under... Okay, what is this? The officer forces an ally to push themselves. Okay. I like this stun. It does say unlimited range. So it's a cone. I just have to make sure she's a little bit positioned. I just have to make sure of her positioning, right? What is this? Fire grenade. Okay.
You are in the presence of House Orselio.
Girl, I'm just trying to level you up. I don't understand why these characters, when they hold a staff, they have to look so fragile and like withered. They're hunched over, like I can barely stand up on my own. But if they have like some other kind of weapon, they're fine. Ranks available. Your stats here. You have pretty good fellowship. Did I boost her willpower to be on par with ours? Mine and Nadir's are 60. I feel like someone should have some fellowship though. I think moving forward, maybe my girl should be less about willpower and more about fellowship. Yeah. I'm gonna give willpower to this girl. Okay. Chain weapon attacks. Chain? Is chain weapon a type? Like sword? Okay, there's no thumbs up on here, so they are making it a little bit hard for me. I don't think. One good thing I struggle with learning new systems is what stat values are good, great, or good enough. Marketed Dragon. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I was saying earlier, like, I'm not sure I like this game, but it's not because it's a bad game. It's just because it's new system, new lore. It's just all overwhelming for me, right? So I just have to power through it, I think. And once I get used to it and everything, it's gonna be great. I know the characteristics go 1 to 100 in tabletop, but I don't know how reasonable it is to get anything over 50 to 60. Yes, I don't know how. I think what you said about, like, I don't, for the good enough part, that's the part I don't understand either. Earlier when I was leveling up my girl, I had a chance to increase resolve, but only by +1. And it was only until my turn ended. I'm like, really? 1 resolve? Is that even good enough? Like, I felt like that was, like, I don't know how good this +1 resolve is, so for just 1 round. So I don't know. But for now, I'm just playing to their strengths. Whatever number, I know it's gonna, I was like, I'm just gonna play to their strength, and whatever is the higher number, I'll just keep putting that higher, but I'm the one in control of that, right? Now I'm like, I don't know, but we'll see. The part I have trouble with is when there's no thumbs up. How do I know what's good? For Cassia and other Psykers, willpower is pretty good to have. That's what I'm saying. That's why I gave her willpower. But then I was like, somebody should have some fellowship. So I figured maybe I'll take the hit on willpower and have more fellowship so I can, I don't know, since we have to interact with other NPCs, other people and stuff, right? Someone has to be the diplomat. I feel like since she's a psyker, like I feel like we need something that is more psyker friendly, which your main officer should be highest fellowship. And when you say main officer, are you talking about like main character? I am an officer. I think this girl's an officer too, because it looked like she had the same stuff that I had. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Since I figured I'll let the other psychers be the DPS and I will be in charge of fellowship for interacting with people. I mean, I am going to be probably talking the most, right? Interactions, but also a lot of your officer abilities give boost based on your fellowship points. So maybe both fellowship and willpower need to be boosted up. I need to find the sweet spot, I guess. What is tech use? What is she naturally high in? Does she even have medical? 30. Her persuasion's high. Nimble is boring, but I find myself gravitating to it more often than not on the less burly characters. Nimble. Is Nimble in here? Is there a search on here? Towards the top. Oh, dodge is always good, yeah. Why you say boring? Let me see what other stuff is down here before I pick that, though. Enemies damaged by the Navigator suffer additional damage from warp damage. The bonus damage stacks for each hit. Whenever the Navigator uses a Navigator power that hasn't been used this combat. What the hell's a Navigator power? Does she have a Navigator specific power? Like nothing I've seen so far. Is Navigator specific. Her Psyker stuff is Navigator powers, I believe. Oh, she's just being a Psyker? It's a type of Psyker. But it sounds like it has to be a specific ability then, because all these, like, I have these myself. So I guess maybe I just haven't seen it yet. I agree. That did look good. Ebb and flow. Every even turn, the Navigator gains an additional action point. Every odd turn, the Navigator gains 20 perception. Doesn't this sound pretty good? Like a straight 10% damage boost. Perception bonus 5. What's warp damage? Dang, you already know, like, what the bonus numbers are and stuff. I think more action points is always good, right? The bonus are simple, +1 for every 10 points. Ah, okay. Eye of Oblivion. Every enemy the Navigator has in their line of sight has its dodge and hit chance reduced. Whoa, these are some good stuff. I should be looking down here. Both of those are tasty, right? Bonicity. Navigator path powers deal a +1 additional damage for every 5 bonus characteristic of the Navigator's currently equipped staff. Castigating, infusing, and devastating count as characteristics for this talent. Currently equipped staff. Extra damage. Master your time. Whenever a creature in combat gains an extra turn, Navigator gains a stacking +5 bonus to willpower until the end of combat. So creature meaning even like allies. Interesting. Mind over matter. The Navigator makes all resistance tests with their willpower. If it is higher than the base characteristic for such test, if the Navigator's willpower is higher than the toughness, then the Navigator's wounds are calculated according to their willpower. Oh, so as long as her willpower is pretty high, that's gonna be the one that's used for checks. I think that's pretty good too. Because if the Navigator's willpower is higher than their toughness, which it is, the Navigator's wounds, the hit points, are calculated according to the willpower, so she'll have more hit points. Basically replaces toughness with willpower for health and saving throws. You're only talking about a +2 to 3 difference, give or take, though. Oh. Okay. Because it's only talking about the bonus. Open to the warp. Enemies affected by the Navigator's abilities suffer a stacking -10 penalty to the next resistance test from the Navigator's powers. The penalty is lost after such a test is made. He's affected by pass unscathed. The Navigator's perception is higher than their agility, which it is. Their dodge is calculated using perception instead. I really liked that dodge reduction one. Just having her in line of sight makes all the enemies easier to hit. Yes, I love things that are just like, it's pass. I'm hoping it's passive, right? But and she doesn't have to do anything, right? Less. I like to keep, especially for new games, I want to keep it simple for myself, right? Let's keep it simple, keep it easy. I think that was no, not this one. Eye of Oblivion. The problem is I have to keep her. Well, I don't have to, but if I want to affect as many enemies, I have to kind of put her out in the open, maybe. All talents are passive. Uh-huh. Okay, I don't know why I didn't make that connection, but yeah, there you go. I love it. Stable roots. Whenever the Navigator uses Navigator's ability, Veil Degradation is reduced by 1. Maybe she can help with the veil degradation, so we all don't go crazy. Strange Vitality. Navigator heals 5 wounds at the beginning of every turn. Damn. And gains +1 additional wound for every Navigator talent taken. The healing increases by 1 for every creature killed in between the Navigator's turns. This is interesting. Why? I feel like that's pretty good. 5 hit points every round. Is she meant to be in the front? Although this with that Eye of Oblivion then would be really nice. Huh? Okay. Perilous Ways. Enemies moved by the Navigator's ability suffer 5 damage at the end of movement. This damage is increased by +2 for every cell the enemy moves. This would help me, I mean, it would help me make the decision better if I knew what kind of, what abilities of hers makes people move. Sounds like maybe compulsion or fear or something like equivalent of that, but I don't even know what they have. Threads and faults. Whenever an enemy fails a resistance test against Navigator power, attacks against them gain effect stacks but is reset by a critical hit. Blinking Stare. Until the end of combat, enemies damaged by Navigator end of combat suffer an additional 5 damage from all attacks of opportunity and cannot dodge them. I don't know. It's only from attacks of opportunity. Undam the Sea of Souls. While under the effect of any Navigator power, enemies have their armor reduced. This reduction is increased by the devastating parameter of the Navigator staff, but does not stack. Under my protection. Allies that are targeted by the Navigator's abilities gain 5 to all resistance tests against warp effects caused by demons, psychic powers, Navigator powers, etc. until the end of combat. The effect stacks with every applied Navigator ability. Unnatural Allure. The Navigator gains 5 to fellowship and an additional 1 fellowship for every Navigator challenge and or Navigator power taken. I wonder, is this icon mean it's a Navigator power? Or are the skills considered? I don't know. I don't know. Allies that are targeted by the Navigator's power gain 10% armor. This is nice. This additional armor is reduced by the amount of veil degradation to a minimum of 0%. And increased by the infusing of the currently equipped Navigator staff. Light of Souls. Navigator starts all turns, including extra turns, with +3 additional movement. Don't know about the move. So do I want to do more damage, or do I want other people? Not this one. Oh, actually, this one is good too. Extra action points. I guess it depends on whether I want her to be damage dealer or support. I mean, this girl has pretty high perception, so this is pretty tasty. Personally, she does a ton of damage already, and the negative dodge penalty on enemies helps the entire party. Okay, so you've used her. She does a lot of damage. She's good. I mean, my Adira does a lot of damage, so I think Psykers just do a lot of damage, huh? Sounds good to me. You've sold me. You've sold me. All right, here we go with the thumbs up. Commanding voice still resolves, so these are the same things that my girl had. This one. What's your take on this? because I was like, it's only increased by 1, and it's only until the end of the officer's next turn. Like, I feel like this is not much, right? Or is it? I feel like it's not much just because it ends at the officer's next turn. The range, right? Yeah. I forgot what I picked. It is. And I should have known because the previous fight, there was like a big gap and I couldn't reach Abelard, and I was like, if only I had a little bit more range, but yeah. Yeah, let's go with range. Good to me. I thought I increased her willpower before. Yeah. We're gonna do willpower, and like I said, my girl will maybe split between fellowship and willpower. Done. Let's be done. Let's F5. And we don't have to think about it anymore. It is as if the painting was rendered by several different hands. The timid, uncertain lines are interlaced with rough and furious strokes coming together in arcane shapes. While no one appears to be living in the cage, somebody still filled the trough with dried fruit and fresh water. Do we have to talk to him again? Goodbye, mistress.
Fate beckons me.
Goodbye, mistress. Who are you? Child safety is paramount. Alright. Sounds like we're gonna be getting some fodder on the ship.
I tread a path unexplored.
My girl sounds pretty amazing. Sitting in the back lines? Exactly. Private library brimming with essays, novels, personal... whatever. Did you choose a default, a pre-made portrait, or did you do as a custom? Because I am regretting that I did not do custom, because now I'm stuck with this. What are these? The luxurious feast was left untouched. Take someone?
Let's seize the opportunity.
Seize the opportunity. Any perception checks? Is this it? Dang. Fine. Fine, we're out of here. Fine down. I just used existing portraits. Couldn't be bothered to find one that fit the game aesthetics. Yeah. I did too, but I'm regretting it. Just a little bit though. To the Void Ship Bridge.
Will bow.
I want to see her face. Vox Master Vigdis, Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first, your heart starts beating furiously, your breaths come short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Vigdis is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. Who's doing this trickery? Not even looking at the Vox Master, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course. When you're ready for the ritual, please let me know. Give LCAT a couple months. I'm sure they'll add appearance changing in the respec option somewhere. I hope so. Did they do it in Pathfinder? I honestly don't remember because I found a pretty one early on, like a custom one, and I just used it throughout. Even though it looked nothing like my girl. She was pretty. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Vigdis, then lowering her lashes slightly, turns to you. What did you wish to speak about? Tell me more about the ritual and what the ritual entails. First, you will do your duty as navigator. All other conversations can wait. Man. I feel like that's what an inquisitor would be like, right? Like, just straight to the point. Business first. I do not want to speak to you. Go to the Sanctum Novice now. I mean, our mission success kind of depends on her, I guess. She needs to navigate this ship. So let's ask her what she wants to speak about. After a few seconds hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale and then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped. But you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position, and for that I am immeasurably grateful. I am also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet, Uwe. Maybe Uwe. Uwe served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly tend to me during journeys through the Immaterium and what to serve me for breakfast, because that's important. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. But now, Cassia throws back her shoulder, I am ready to go to the Sanctum Novice and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. You can change your appearance at any point in Pathfinder, I believe. Anytime you respect, it just threw you into a generic character generation. Okay. Next important question then. Do you happen to know if Rogue Trader allows... It's not... Well, I guess, yeah. Rogue Trader daring difficulty allows respecs. Pathfinder Core did not allow respecs. Unless you customized it. So yeah, I can go respec. Actually, since it allows me to respec, I talked to the guy, I know where the guy is. So daring difficulty, I guess, allows respec. Rogue Trader respect right now only resets your level up archetype choices, not your origin or anything else. I just don't want to miss out on completing this on daring difficulty, because I missed out. And it's not a big deal. I know I keep talking about it like it's a big deal. It's not, but it's just, I don't want to go through the whole playthrough and be like, if I only didn't respec, I could have gotten the achievement type of thing. Because in Pathfinder, to get the achievement on core difficulty, you couldn't respec or do Death's Door, which I used both. So it's just about an achievement. Why are you asking for these items? Now is not the time to indulge in painting. Tell me more about what the ritual entails. Why do you refuse red paint? I shall ensure that all the necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Novice. I'm not going to waste time satisfying these whims. Perform the ritual immediately. Tell me more about what the ritual... I bet you the ritual entails some painting. I doubt the uninitiated could understand the mysteries of navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I must merge my mind and will with the machine spirit of the ship, so that I become one with the vessel. Cassia lifts the lock of hair from the back of her neck, revealing gilded implant ports. After that, I use the House or Celio ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you, to free my mind of all errant thoughts. And then it is time to open my third eye and peer into the depths of the warp itself. Among the nightmarish visions, mirages, and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me from star to star, from system to system. Oh, the light, the guiding thread so fine it can slip from one's grasp at any moment. Cassia unfurls her hand as though dropping something. But you have nothing to worry about. The navigators of House Orcelio never lose their course. Why are you asking for these items? Why do you refuse red paints? I am curious about the red paint. I'm asking her not. I hope she doesn't find it too judgy, right? I'm just curious. Why do you refuse red paint? Cassia gestures toward the servant standing beside her. Uwe will give of his blood before the ritual, as always. Ooh. But I was gonna say, dried blood kind of turns brownish, but maybe Warhammer, maybe his blood doesn't oxidize. Overcome and overpower you. Completed the game on core difficulty or above. 0% of players unlock. In Pathfinder? I don't think I saw core difficulty in here. I picked daring. Just one above normal. I shall ensure that all the necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Novice. Sure, let's do it. Cassia nods and thanks. I shall take my leave of you in the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me if you can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it is opened. Yep. Do you. You do you, Cassia. Maybe I should have asked her how long it's gonna take. Vox Master Vigdis, Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. Big bad Russian. So change your appearance yet? No, I think I'm stuck with it. So unless I put a placeholder in or use a mod, toy box mod, I think I'm stuck with it. Because I also did read someone's like, I was watching one of my favorite streamers play this game and I was wondering why they put a placeholder image in, and now I know. So yeah, if you had a placeholder or used a custom one for the beginning, it sounds like you could switch the pictures, but if you used one of the existing ones, it don't matter. Like, because I put in pictures, custom pictures, and I created a new playthrough, and yeah, I was able to choose that picture. But on my existing playthrough, I swapped out the pictures. I mean, I put the files in there. It didn't change anything. So that's why I said just restart while you weren't that far in. I'm still not far in, technically. I could probably redo everything. Welcome. But I'm not about to restart. I rarely save scum. Only for, like, loot. I'm not about to redo the whole thing just for a picture. Maybe I can find gear later on that'll make me look like her. We're doing great. How are you doing, Puss Nugget? The Voxcaster in the Sanctum Novice picks up the susurration of clothes, pious chanting, and the metallic clicking of implants. Then the serene voice of the Lady Navigator breaks the silence, initiating communion ritual. Engage. I'm big on my aesthetics. It's true. Me too. To be fair, the prologue goes much faster when you just skip all the cutscenes and dialogue without reading it. That I don't know how to, that I choose some helm can solve it, maybe. I don't. You have another key that's busted, Big Bad Russian? I can't decipher that. Come here, Uwe. The exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard, the low sob of the servant, the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas, the faint whisper of the brush. Go, footsteps hurrying away. That is true, some helmet can solve it, maybe. Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense. Yes, lots. What do you do with your keyboard that you bust so many keys? DS. So you're going back into the right a lot. I copy and paste D still. Oh my gosh. I see. Violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails. An umber shadow spinning over the surface in a fiery dance. A storm rising above the foaming waters. Armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. Hi, Piper Mark. Welcome. How are you doing? And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit of her? No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. Does this navigator not know how to navigate? You're good. Thanks for asking. You're welcome. What are you up to? Vox Master Vigdis. The Vox Master recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks and the Vox caster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My abject apologies for cutting the broadcast, Lord Captain. I have never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Is that going to affect us? I feel like that's a little bit important. Vox Master, see to it that you receive 5 lashes for this show of clumsiness. What is happening to Cassia? We're not going to freaking torture them for that. Cassia, are you alright in there? Leave the Lady Navigator undisturbed. Continue the ritual. That's an order. I hope you're doing well. I want to let you know that I thoroughly enjoyed watching your stream. By the way, I don't want to take up too much of your valuable time. Actually, I do artwork for streamers. If you don't mind, can you show... Okay, Piper Mark, unfortunately, I decided stuff like that. I thank you for watching my stream, but I feel like that's self-promotion, and I'm pretty sure in the chat rules and the stream rules it says no self-promotion, so we're gonna how do I do this? Okay, fine. I won't do the timeout, but yeah. Because more and more people are coming in doing that, so I'm like, no, I don't. I said no self-promotion. That should count for artwork also. Okay, Vox Master C2 that you no. Are you alright in there, Cassia? Soul-shattering screams drown out the Vox transmission. The servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain, their throats raw from the strain. And then, sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fates. It appears the servants were part of Lady Navigator's right, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual. She's using her servants? Wait. Servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling, shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain, their throats raw from the strain, and then sudden silence. So she has to use people to use her navigation powers? Traversing the warp is kind of evil. Rogue Trader. I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around. My brush only draws me onward. The way is blocked. How do we unblock? You hear a heavy exhale, rustling fabric, and metallic clicking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Okay. So the switch that Vigdis flipped wasn't that big of a deal, huh? Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Spare me a few moments of your time, please. There are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I want to report on the condition of Station Urak 5. So it's kind of like Dune, except souls instead of spice, huh? I never watched Dune. I watched maybe a third of it. I never watched it to the end. So is that how they navigate their ships, through spice? I know spice trade is big. I didn't know. I just thought it was spice might be rare, but they're using spice to move the ship. Had you opted to begin your visit to the Rykad system with a different destination, the station could have been critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of Novice Nobilite bought us precious time. We can either send our forces to disassemble the station and procure technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. I will not stoop to pillaging. Really? Abandon the station, we are leaving. Gather any components that may be of use on the ship. Loot everything from jewelry to the very last manuscript. Oh no, I feel like it's testing me. We can either send our forces to disassemble the station and procure technological components, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. It was a decent movie, better books. Do recommend the first 3 books. Once the guy died, his sons and other writers took it in some weird way. One of those. They tried to live on the glory, but it's not the same. It's never the same. All right. Against my better judgment, my greedy dwarf inside has to choose 3, right? Loot everything from jewelry to the very last manuscript. Wonder if this is gonna cost me. Profit factor gained 2, as you command, Lord Captain. With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for an Enginseer Prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We are also missing some crew, and much more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrix von Calox, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. Now we know for sure he was not at Uruk 5, so keep this in mind when making any future plans. So I need a priority list, Vigdis. You're missing some crew, but much more importantly, so it sounds like finding Heinrix is more important. Okay, I feel like the priority is Heinrix, Enginseer Prime, and then some crew. Why is it always business with you, Vigdis? Couldn't you sometimes just visit and tell me how wonderful everything is? Not gonna. We're in dire times right now. Thank you, Vigdis. That will be all for now. Yeah. As it pleases you, Lord Captain. So, visit Rykadi Philia, the Prison Planetoid. Or New Blood, Machine Spirit Keeper. Lord Captain, there is some commotion on the officer's deck. Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassia to the deck. I don't know if I should be just moving around on that map like I said. I don't know. I should head someplace over there. I didn't even see what's on the left over there.
Lord
Lady
Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
Lady Navigator is engrossed on perusing the dusty tomes which appear to have been neglected by the other officers, be it because of sloth or dullness of mind. When you walk closer, Cassia looks up at you, starts, and hides a weathered book behind her back. It pleases me to see you adjusting to life aboard the ship. Alas, a title alone is not enough to hold everyone's attention all of the time. I don't... Point at the book in Cassia's hand. I see you are fond of reading. What do you think you are doing here? I did not give you permission to leave the breach. I want to know why she's reading that book, because she kind of hastily put it behind her back. Feels like it's something important.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing.
Cassia carefully shows you the book, which turns out to be a collection of works by the Cadian naval commander and poet Alias Quent.
Uruk 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
Cassia gently brushes the dust off the cover with her thin clawed hand, her eyes filled with longing after reminiscing about her lost home. The events that took place on Urak 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well? Your only attendant is your valet from Urak 5. Do my servants not measure up to your standards? I hope that you have had ample time to calm yourself and your powers. Might as well just ask. Does it hurt to ask her how she's doing?
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain.
Oh my
Like
goodness.
a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
I feel like she took it as a slight. I'm just asking if you're okay. I'm trying to be nice. Cassia's response is reserved and pointedly decorous, clearly intended to create a distance between. Fine. I hope that you have had ample time.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility.
Nobility.
But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior and your question just now insulting.
I feel like she's overreading the situation. And I guess I have to ask this. Your only attendant is your valet from Urak 5. Do my servants not measure up to your standards?
No, no. It is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often becomes the topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising then that Cassia prefers the company of one who is used to how she looks.
Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring
trying to be
about
nice.
my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying. You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I.
I'm just trying to be nice in this cruel, cruel world.
I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
Man, she's living in fear. I didn't even care. You have nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, be they good or bad, and it is just as natural to share them with others. Quite right. So I would ask that you mind what you say from now on. I don't want to say that one. It is indeed difficult for me to feel empathy for a mutant. However, the crew's well-being hinges on that of its navigator. I don't need to... I feel like saying the word mutant to her is kind of like derogatory. I believe this conversation has reached its natural conclusion. You have nothing to apologize for.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now.
I just said you don't have to apologize.
Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station. Of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So, why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here?
Wow, she doesn't even understand her own emotion. You wanted to do 4.
At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities.
Don't get any ideas about
Just
that,
imagine
stealing
the
them.
things that await beyond, but my delight must seem childish to you, surely.
A little bit.
In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
What I find childish is your manner of addressing me as if I were your friend, and your mistaken belief that anyone here would be interested in hearing about your emotional turmoil. That's not really fair. I asked her first. I understand what you're going through. My own life was turned upside down not too long ago. I am not in the habit of finding amusement at the expense of my people. Just remember to keep your emotions in check. I'm afraid I must return to my duties. Like, I want to be sympathetic, but I also don't want to be, like, overly nice to her. Like, I feel like being rogue trader, I have to create some kind of distance. But I don't want to say this. I feel like that's a little bit harsh. In your heart. I could just say I gotta go. Let's try one more time to be nice. I understand what you're going through. My own life was turned upside down not too long ago.
Indeed. I did not know. That is to say, I could not have known, as it is the first time we are speaking in a circumstance so private. My word, when I found this place, it was so full of officers. Why did they all leave?
Elephant in the room, huh? I do not tolerate idlers on this ship, and my officers know it well. Perhaps my people did not wish to disturb you. I'm afraid I must return to my duties. Yeah. My people just didn't want to disturb you. Fine.
Or because my presence offends them.
Your words, not mine.
Then I must take my leave as well. I am due to inspect the Sanctum Navis after the communion ritual and prepare the chamber for the upcoming warp jump. Thank you for your company.
You're welcome. Rogue Trader's pretty important title. Everyone's bowing. What we have here. Dang. I know this is my own ship, so looting it is not really counted as looting, I guess. Everything is mine already, but just seeing what we have. Like, there's nowhere to go over here. Sure. I still haven't found Argenta to talk to her. She's got to be on the bridge somewhere. I want to do another sweep on the bridge. I can talk to her. I feel like I've talked to everyone except for her. This guy is the respect guy. Oh, there's Argenta. Huh. Pretty sure I talked to him. Let's go talk to Argenta. Oh, you know what? Probably wanted me to try this out. Look, he said open the map and be able to go here. Go here? We can. This is what he missed in BG3. He said being able to just open the map and then make the character go to that position. I forgot that we had this option. Nice. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure I talked to everybody. Pretty sure I talked to Ravor also. Yeah, there's just some things Alcat games do right. I have to say. Okay, Argenta. Sister Argenta looks tired. There are dark circles under her eyes. Her hair is somewhat disheveled, and she moves like she's a little on edge. Did you have a personal request for me? Tell me about the Adepta Sororitas. Tell me about yourself. How did you end up on Theodore's ship? What is it that's keeping you in my retinue? Thanks for this conversation until next time. tell me about yourself. Let's just start with that. Tell me about yourself.
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
Like biological daughter, or just like, you know, figuratively? You said you have a personal request. Let's see. Tell me about the Adepta Sororitas.
Gladly. There are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. We... I beg your pardon, rogue trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
They say the Adepta Sororitas are the fiercest in their faith among the warriors of the Imperium. Is that true? What order are you from? You said you belong to the Calixian branch of your order. What brought you to the Coronis Expanse? Are there any other members of the Adepta Sororitas in the Coronis Expanse? Sure, let's find out all about you. Let's start from the top. Are you the fiercest among in your faith?
It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words, more often than not with a bolter.
I need to learn more about the lore about this God Emperor. Like, I wonder, because, okay, so I was told he's in a vegetative state. Like, he's unconscious. So obviously he's a puppet right now. People are doing things in his name. But I wonder, are people doing it in his name? Like, they created him that people would follow him so that people will be able to travel through the warp. I don't know, it's really twisted, right? But I don't know, I feel like that it would be fitting in this environment. Are all sisters truly as faultless as you say?
Even the novices of the Adepta Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness, but do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me.
Okay.
Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her, for nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of fault and weakness. Wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand, those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul.
Damn. What order are you from? Isn't she from the Adepta Sororitas?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate. And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics, nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
We succeeded at something. The Order Pronatus is not one of the Order's militant, and yet you are a trained fighter.
Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless. Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually quite short, with the last word being a bolter discharge. And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of the Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it?
Pronatus? Pronatus? You said you belong to the Clyxian branch of your order. What brought you to Cronus Expanse?
The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Parsimus Duane, the station's founder.
Are there any members of the Adeptus Sororitas in the Cronus Expanse?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy.
I have no more questions about the Sisterhood.
Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
How did you end up on Theodora's ship? Now, my ship.
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the pirate attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, while her crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I'd barely recovered from my wounds when the pirates struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
I kind of like Argenta, I'm not gonna lie. What happened to the people who wounded you? Did Theodora's men eliminate them?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday.
Stick with me. I'm sure we'll come across some. You mentioned making a mistake.
It happens even to the best of us.
No judging
My
here.
mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
Where did this happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
We could go to that planet and deal with the Chaos Worshippers. I think we have a little bit more pressing matters to attend to. What was it like traveling on Theodora's ship?
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the Medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself. During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistics systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship.
That's my Seneschal for ya. Ahoy mates, how's the game going? How are things? Hey Captain Franco, welcome. Heart
But
out
not
to
all
you.
of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira
knew it.
class among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the pirates. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright.
Wonder if I'm gonna be able to keep both Argenta and Adira. If I have to give up one, probably Adira, since I'm a Psyker and Cassia is a Psyker. As for how are things going, how's the game going? We're doing great. We're still learning about the game. Tons of stuff to learn. A little bit mind-blowing, overwhelming, but the more I play, I'm sure, you know, just become better. What about you? How's your day going? Let's see. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
As you wish.
You said you have a personal request for me?
I indeed have a request, Rogue Trader.
Let me guess. You want to deal with those Chaos Worshippers? Yep, the accursed servants of Chaos who assaulted the ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valencia's territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls can expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader could meet with the orphans? With the little children? What good would meeting them do? Make arrangements for a meeting worthy of a rogue trader. I will address the orphans with a speech. I will meet with them, nor formalities needed. These are the children of people who gave their lives for the Von Valencia's dynasty. My consideration is the least that they deserve. Deliver this order on my behalf. The orphans are to be properly provided for, but a personal meeting with the rogue trader is too much. Too much. Why would I? Do you wish to fill these children's heads with the illusion that the world and its rulers care about them? I will have no part in this. Let's ask what good is it gonna come. I'm heating up some chicken and hash browns for food. Then I'm going to buy a bottle of whiskey and get drunk for some fun. Do some dancing. Are you streaming this? I'm feeling a little peckish myself. These children are the future of your crew, and one day they too will have to stand against evil and heresy as their parents did. By meeting them, by speaking the right words to them, you will honor the memory of the fallen heroes and light the way to heroes in the making. They will always remember the day they met the rogue trader. Besides, it will bolster the orphan spirits, help them recover from their loss, which can be hard for someone so young. Let's see. I think formalities should still be in place. Like, I can't have these children thinking like I'm friends with them, right? Let's make arrangements. I'll adjust them. But I'm not doing this one because I think formalities should still be in place. As you wish, Rogue Trader. Thank you for granting my request. These are the children? Those are adolescents? They do look smaller, but I don't know. A group of adolescents clearly dressed in their finest, freshly pressed clothes, forms a straight line before you. Some stare at you with wide eyes like you are some mythical creature, while others huddle together in fear and look away. I guess Theodora was a fearsome rogue trader, huh? I suppose I have to learn to be more fearsome. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Abelard glances at the gathered children. It is hardly the Thala progenium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Argenta is standing to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing. Brave ones, the master of the ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House Von Valencius. Grandly addressed the group. I, the rogue trader and Lord Captain of this ship, speak to you now. Your parents gave your lives for a just cause and brought honor to the von Valencia's banners and those of the Imperium. I am proud of them, and I believe that you will become their worthy heirs. Not bad. Smile at the group. Your Lord Captain greets you, brave ones. Very short. Address the chaperones. Give them treats and escort them to their homes. I believe a minute of beholding the Lord Captain is a great enough honor for them. Yeah, let's give them some praise. The teenagers hang on your every word with bated breath. Only a few at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed by your suite. One of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for you noble lot, and you just give us speeches. Would you rather have a treat? I can probably give you a treat too." Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes, like she wants to both calm him and scold him for his impudence. Address the chaperones. Their comportment leaves much to be desired. I hope that they will be molded into worthy servants of House von Valencius. This audience is over. Punish the troublemaker. Put the rest back in their bays. The audience is over. This audience is over. If you have things to say them without fear. I will listen. Ignore the interruption. Rest assured, you won't be abandoned. You will be taken care of. Okay. I know they're just lashing out. If you have things to say with them without fear. I don't know. Maybe a one-on-one. They don't need to be airing their grievances out in public, I think. I'm just gonna ignore it happened, and I'm gonna talk to that dude privately. You can tell by their bright eyes that your words and very fact of meeting the rogue trader in the flesh have left an indelible impression on them. Young ones, you won't recognize them in a year or two. They will learn to salute and speak only when permitted by their superior officer, but right now, clowning around is all they know. Argenta rubs her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the bay. Do I get EXP now? Because I did what Argenta wanted me to? She gets to leave first. Should have killed that impudent wretch. Oh, Count Franco. Tend towards the more... you're definitely more evil than me. I'm only kind of evil. A pretender. I mean, he needs a spanking. Yeah, that's true. But again, I don't think a public spanking is what he needs. Felt like just needs to know, like, you can't be talking like that. Maybe I shouldn't have ignored it then, huh? Maybe I should have shown those kids, like, you talk out of line, there's consequences. Almost tempted to redo it. It's fine.
Greetings.
Are you going evil or lawful evil or goody two shoes? I almost feel like I heard there's no good in here, right, in this world. So I don't think goody two shoes. I feel like I'm gonna have to make some awful decisions. I feel like I'm gonna try to walk that line. I'm gonna be good when I need to be and evil when I need to be. Chaos is evil. I definitely don't want to use too much of chaos, but it sounds like as a rogue trader, I have to, because that's how I make my living, right? Warping and going through the warp, which is chaos, right? Dogmatic is lawful evil. Is it lawful evil? I thought Argenta was dogmatic. I don't think she's lawful evil. She's probably lawful good. I'm iconoclast if we're labeling. The other choice is good, I think. Yeah, I feel like it is the good one out of the bunch. I'm not sure yet. I know it's good, but I can always RP it in a way, right? I'm gonna let the story mold my character, and right now, she's just been thrusted into the role of rogue trader. Don't really know what's going on. Have to learn like what the protocol is. So we're a little bit unsure of our footing right now, but we're gonna figure it out. Dogmatic follows the Imperium's law to the letter. Imperium is evil as shit. Yes, but heresy is evil. Chaos is evil. So then the opposite would have to be the Imperium, which would be good, right? Heresy. All Xenos must die, etc. I feel like it's like the paladin, like being a paladin is lawful good, right? They think they're doing the good of the God Emperor, so I feel like that has to be lawful good, isn't it? Like, whether the God Emperor is good or not, like, they think they're doing it for good. They follow the law, but their law, yes. So I know the law, that's lawful part. She's definitely lawful. But this is why I don't know. I don't know if the God Emperor is good or evil. So they murder in the name of their law. I feel like everybody in this world murders, though. If chaos is evil, I'm sure, like... Chaos just seems like, you know, like chaotic good, chaotic evil. So they murder... But paladins murder in the name of their law, right? You don't see paladins with like a club or like a baton. They got swords with pointy ends that are meant to kill. I still say I need to know more about the God Emperor to know if he's good or bad. We're talking about relative to your current IRL grasp of morality. Grasp of morality. No, I'm talking about in their world, aren't I? Because I need to know, because I know she's definitely lawful. Imperium doesn't have morals. Well, in this world, then there's just no good. But she believes she's doing good. See what else? Like, they talk about prayers. Like, kill anyone that doesn't fit their dogmatic rules. No empathy. Let's look at her biography. Let me get through this. What is it that's keeping you in my retinue?
This ship was targeted by heretical pirates, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary.
I have to go to Footfall too.
I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
And you are welcome, Argenta. I welcome your muscle. It pleases me to have a servant of the Golden Throne in my crew. May the enemies of the Imperium tremble before our onslaught. No empathy. Big part of their rule, in fact, no empathy. Then what was Argenta? I felt like she had some empathy. She wanted me to address the children. Otherwise, she would just said, no, don't do it. Can't have people thinking about what they're being told to do. Typical religious stuff. And that part, I feel like she is lawful. Because she's following her law, whatever that law is. I still say it's good, though. She talks about protecting its reliquary. And I know evil people can do that stuff, but I feel like when she uses words like protect and she wants to, you know, the orphans to be taken care of, I think that's good. I don't think that's what an evil person would do. Let's see. I enjoy your company, Argenta. I hope that you remain in the crew and that this ship becomes your home. You might be of use to me, and so I have no problem with your presence. I see no place for you on my ship. We will take you to Footfall, and that will be all. I don't like 3 or 4. It pleases me to have a servant of the Golden Throne in my crew. I don't know if it pleases me, but I enjoy your company. Yeah, I'm gonna say number 2.
Those are very courteous words, Rogue Trader. Thank you, both for your words and your hospitality.
These people are so, like, awestruck that I say, like, some kind words. Is it? Was it? She's dogmatic. Belief in the holiness and infallible of the laws of the Imperium, adherence to the precepts of the God Emperor and the holy chosen ones, carrying out his will to the ignorant and unruly masses, unfettered hatred of the enemies of mankind, be they traitors, heretics, xenos, or servants of chaos. So this to me means good. She's going against traitors. She's going against heretics. I feel like this is good. Trying to see what else is over there. See what heretical says. Devotion to the corruption. See, look at the words. Corruption and taint of the warp through total submission to the basest and darkest impulses of the soul or constant worship of the ancient gods of the immaterium. So this is evil. It's like chaotic evil. And iconoclast. Belief in the value of human life and freedom, faith in the power of goodwill, capable of overcoming the horrors and dangers of the universe without the need for artificial prohibitions, desire to seek out common ground and compromise rather than uncompromising destruction. Yeah, I'm iconoclast. I'm iconoclast until I know better, I guess, because I feel like this is very neutral. I'm not gonna be like adherent to some word and law that I know nothing about. Going insane doesn't sound good to me. So yeah, we're neutral. Oh, so everyone's reputation is this. It doesn't change. Oh, I want to see what she is. She's dogmatic also. Definitely critical, yeah. He's iconoclast. Alright, let's talk to this guy. I've never talked to this guy. He doesn't want to talk to me. I feel like I talked to this guy. I just want to see once more what he has to say. Oh, I do need to talk to him. Tell me about the Voidborn. Lord Captain, I mean no disrespect, but you'd do better to find someone with a knack for conversation like Ptolemy, the new Vox Master. I ain't the talking type. I just get the ship where she needs to go. Best let folks stick to what they do best. Do you know anything about a ship named the Fiery Reckoning? I've heard the name, that much I'm sure of, but I can't recall the details. I wonder if it was part of that operation that the late Mort was put in charge of. If it was, then there's nothing I can tell you, Lord Captain. The whole thing was kept under wraps. Your best chance would be to ask the High Factotum. Maybe some of his treasury records have mentions of this Fiery Reckoning. Remind me, who are you? I'm the Master Helmsman, Lord Captain. I stand at the wheel of this here tub. I mean, your vessel. That's throwing some shade my way. I mean, your vessel, and embark the commands at the idiots who tend to its related systems. In layman's terms, I'm the one who stops us from running into an asteroid or a disrupted gravitational wave when we're traveling through the void. You control the ship in real space? I wish that was my job. I have to steer her through the warp too, but most of the credit that goes to the Navigator. The warp's a nightmare, always tossing up something new. All my years at the helm, they count for nothing in there. My part's small enough. I just monitor our systems, follow the charted route, and I don't kick up a fuss when new orders come in from the Navigator's sanctum. Real space. Now that's where I keep my eyes peeled. Gravitational anomalies, void currents, hard radiation. That kind of shit shows up everywhere. Thank the Emperor, the augurs on this vessel are holding up, and so far we've been able to spot if something bad's coming our way. Who are these idiots you are in charge of? Are they my idiots? There are too many of them to list them all. Tech priests from the Enginarium, voidsmen from the auger decks, the work-shy fools on the bridge. I'd have every last one of them flogged. They all need a wake-up call. They need to be whipped into shape, or else the ship will be going nowhere, or even worse, it'll go somewhere we don't want it to. You must have dealings with the Navigator as part of your duties. Damn it, Lord Captain, to tell the truth, I've been asking myself where the Lord Captain fished this Orselio girl out of. Now, it's not like I've met many Navigators, but this one, I don't feel safe with that little princess pulling our void ship through the warp. She's done a decent job so far, though, so I guess she's managing. Tell me how you really feel, Raver. I can see you are not a gregarious sort. I love how they spell Captain just like me. Yes. I love how this world also just has their own words, like Prime, Enginseer, like engines. I feel like it's an engineer and a seer combined, right? Like, I don't know. And yeah, Captain, just like you, Captain Franco. I can see you're not a gregarious sort. Have I done something to displease the Lord Captain? I was just stating a fact. I wasn't saying that's bad. Did I mishear you, or are you giving the rogue trader cheek? Answer me, void rat. The girl's not that mean. I'm merely sharing an observation. That's exactly what that's exactly how I feel. On the current contrary, you are the first person on the bridge who's not tripping over themselves to lick my boots. I'm just merely sharing an observation. Right you are. It's not hard to see that I'm in a foul mood. I'm not the only one to blame for it, you know. Connecting wires, once they go into the control panel, I become one with the ship, except the bloody cogs messed up the wires, stimulus injectors, and connectors when they implanted them. They twisted the wires the wrong way or burned something in my noggin. Anyway, I can't sleep. It just doesn't happen anymore. It's been 30 years of non-stop stimulants and a splitting headache, so you'll forgive me if I'm not all smiles, Lord Captain. He's not been able to sleep for 30 years? Can we give him like some NyQuil or something to fall asleep? Poor guy. Sounds like you, big bad Russian.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
No, for real. Are you constantly cranky also? Because you can't sleep? I get horrible insomnia. That sucks then. Maybe silver lining is that means you get to play a lot of games though. Small silver lining. Sometimes 2 to 3 weeks with no sleep? I can't imagine. I'm getting like flashbacks of what's that movie with Brad Pitt and Ed Norton? Fight Club. Brain just hyperactive and won't shut off. When you watch some like boring stuff. Can't even think of what would be boring enough to put you to sleep. But 2 to 3 weeks with no sleep, that's not good. At 2 weeks, I just want to hit myself with a hammer. Oh my goodness. Doctors can't like just give you some like sleeping pills to help. Meditation. Chamomile tea. Tried some stuff, didn't work. Of course, the easy stuff wouldn't work, right? Calyx, Cassia offers you a reserved smile. Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations. This girl thinks friend now. No tea, working out, masturbation doesn't work. Nothing works. Boring doesn't work. Brain is just constantly thinking. If only we could use that to good use. Use it for like for good. All that brain power. Are you trying to put it to good use? Are you trying to solve like the world's problems and stuff? Tell me about yourself, Cassia. I gave up on society long ago when I was young.
An ancient dynasty of the Navis nobility.
Nobility.
Since time immemorial, our family has served to advance knowledge, pushing at the boundaries of the dark unknown. The Starway Atlas contains 2,843 routes that chart the sectors of the Segmentum Obscurus and reach all the way from the Coronis Expanse to Holy Terra.
Navigators identify so strongly with their house. It must be difficult for you not to be able to lean on your elders, but you have my word that I will look after you. I'm just gonna listen in silence.
And uniting the Imperium's thousands of worlds. House Orcelio is bound by commercial pacts to houses Galeatis, Ortina, Drotus, and...
Ortina.
There is a dark blue knot tightening on your neck, Lord Captain. I can see my reply is not satisfying your thirst for knowledge. What is it you desire to hear exactly?
Really? I don't like her answer? Allow me to ask you a few personal questions.
You have my permission, Lord Captain.
My views on most of humanity is much like the Imperium's view on Xenos and mutants. Are you lawful good then? Are you dogmatic? Let's not use maybe the old alignments. Are you dogmatic or are you a heretic? Heresy? Are you going down the road of chaos? So you've never lived anywhere other than Urak 5? Tell me about your life on the station, your third eye. Do you always conceal it? What does it feel like to guide a vessel through the warp? Why don't we talk about something else? Let's talk about her third eye.
The Navigator's open eye is baneful to whoever the warp's ruinous shine falls upon, and therefore it is the symbol of our power. We are the guiding stars of humanity, found worthy of an uncommon gift, and one of the duties that we bear is to guard our eye, even from wayward glances that may bear evil. Besides, I am aware that lesser servants of the Imperium may find our appearance repulsive. The Navigator gene twists the features the rabble are used to seeing, and the magnificence of our role cannot be grasped by their feeble minds.
You are beautiful, Cassia. Do not let anyone or anything convince you otherwise. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I don't know if I would call her beautiful. Who cares for the opinion of the short-sighted rabble? They can serve us and die for us and keep their thoughts to themselves. You do not look repulsive, Cassia. I cannot blame them. Navigators are mutants, albeit highborn mutant. Like, I feel the same way about who cares about the opinion of the short-sighted rabble, but I feel like that choice is to get me closer to Cassia, and while I'm not opposed to that, I feel like it's a lure or something. I can just state, like, you don't look repulsive. You're not ugly, Cassia. I wish I could just combine. Who cares for the opinion of the short-sighted rabble? You're not ugly, Cassia. Just don't worry. Don't worry about what other people think. I'm just gonna say she's not ugly. I don't really care about I don't really care about being her friend, right?
Perhaps my appearance does not terrify you right now, but this will not always be so. The Navigator gene is unstable. My body is going to change over time. And only the God Emperor knows exactly how.
In genuine terror, Cassia presses fingers to her lips as if belatedly trying to stop the words from tumbling out. Yes, yes, feeble minds. So you've never lived anywhere other than your Act 5? Yeah, let's ask about that.
Hardly. According to the chronicles of the house, I was born on one of the Orcelio worlds. Oh, what was it? Please forgive me, Lord Captain. My childhood memories are too vague. Sometimes I dream about the colorful birds that built their nests in the garden, or the servants dressed in purple livery, or the blue fog that rolled over the lowlands behind the palace. But everything is covered in a rosy haze. Perhaps it is my imagination, not my memory, that is painting these pictures.
Their lives have no value outside of serving. I feel like when I was reading the homeworlds, there was one that sounded really like that, like the soldiers or whatever. Like, they're just born into soldiers and they just, that's what they do, they serve. Imperium is growing on me after all. Tell me about your life on the station.
My stay on the station was wholly dedicated to preparing me for my future duty. Astromancy, astrography, numerology, the histories of my house and the Imperium, as well as other disciplines. For many years, dozens of instructors tirelessly prepared me for my destiny. And once a year, Great Regent Alronto would come to the station. He would entrust his beautiful vessel to my command, so that I could master the practical aspects of our art as well.
Did you have friends, someone you could turn to for a simple conversation, not a discussion of yet another lecture? What does it... yeah, did you have friends?
The Regent gave me a bird from a sunlit planet once. I tried to befriend it and make it sing, but for some reason, it refused and died soon after. The instructors were too respectful of my duty to my house to waste precious time on idle chatter. Aside from them, there were only servants on the station. And you know they have their vocal cords removed, so they cannot break their vow of silence.
Yeah, some of them had their tongues cut off, it looked like. Let's see. I mean, I can explain it like this. Are you typing out a big explanation? And Kazik with howdy. Howdy, Kazik. Welcome. How's it going? Alright, let's continue.
And since the subject has been breached, Lord Captain, why do you not follow this honored tradition? Your decks are so garish. Apologies, I meant noisy. The rabble don't just chatter. Sometimes they shout and even sing. Why do you allow such a lack of restraint? Rogue traders are highborn, are they not?
Rogue traders might... I don't really know, but rogue traders, okay, so if they're highborn, but my crew might not be highborn, so they can just act how they want, right? Besides, world's a dump in this place. Let them have a little bit of joy and sing. It's fine. Not hurting anybody. Did you get any further in Eisenhorn? Very little, since I tend to listen to it like when I'm running errands, like when I'm driving, and I don't go very far. So so I haven't gotten very far, but it's still a good, I don't want to say read because I'm actually listening to it. The problem with listening to audiobooks is my mind can wander and then I have to like rewind. I'm like, what did they say? So I feel like I'm saving time by listening to an audiobook while doing something else, but at the same time I'm not concentrating on it, so then I'm like, what were they talking about? I don't know. But it's good. It's still a good book. Good book so far. I recommend it. Okay, Big Bad Russians has his explanation here. Normal people, normal, who have but a mere 100, 110 IQ proclaim those but 20 to 30 points beneath them are as subhuman, retarded, and not fit for human tasks. Yet we have people 159 IQ and up. So how should those with 159 IQ view those with 100 when they are closer to beasts than them? So you're saying that lowborn are to be trotted on? Are you saying you're part of the highborn? I feel like you were gonna make a connection to the Imperium or something. Trying to connect the dots here. Oh, now you understand how you I see, I see. Okay, so let's answer Cassia. You have a point. It's about time we made the decks quieter. I will have the lower ranks stripped of their vocal cords. Hell no. They can sing if they want. A ruler cannot maim people just because it is in their power to do so. On the contrary, it is their duty of every ruler to look after her subjects. 2's not bad. You may find it difficult to believe, but the practice of depriving servants of their voice is not particularly widespread outside House or Celio. That's also a good one. I like the noise people make here. It fills the ship with life. I feel like that's also true too. Like I said, in this like pretty crappy world, a little bit of joy. Yeah, let's do that.
Life. Ugh, if only you could take my place and watch this kaleidoscope. Every voice is a flash of color. Every conversation a shimmering glow. Every argument is an unstoppable swirl of gaudy splotches.
Cassia, not to be mean, but I think that's a you problem then. Going to have to turn Kelly into the Inquisition. You know, I was saying, Kazik, like, I like just reading a little bit that I have of or listening to Eisenhorn, that book, Xenos, Eisenhorn book 1. Inquisitor is not sounding bad. I think in a future playthrough, if I ever do one, I wouldn't mind being like dogmatic, being like Inquisitor, which is also exactly what Cassia said. Did she say it was a her problem? What does it feel like to guide a vessel through the warp?
It may be difficult to describe. You see, every navigator perceives the warp differently. My mentor, Great Regent Elronto, always described his travels through the Immaterium as a journey through a vast wood with countless paths. And I, assisting him in the first voyages, futilely tried to follow his example. But the wood would not reveal itself to me. But everything changed when I found my own key to this mystery. You see, I've always brightened up my rare moments of leisure time by painting. You may recall there was a workshop in my chambers. As soon as I imagined the warp as a blank canvas, an indescribable feeling came over me. I moved the brush, going deeper and deeper into my own painting. Visions were hidden within the vibrant colors of my palette, and something inside me knew which should be brought out and which should be left behind. I woke up several days later, after the voyage was safely complete.
That's why you requested all those art materials. In the book, it explains there are 2 different groups of Inquisitors, the radicals and the pragmatic ones. Eisenhorn is one of the pragmatic. Yes, he's definitely pragmatic. The radicals are the by any means necessary type. Actually, Kazik, I think you're a good person to ask this. Big Bad Russian and I were talking about, is Argenta, is she lawful good? I considered her lawful good because the way she spoke about the God Emperor and the way she was empathetic towards the orphans. She's talking about protecting some. I feel like it's good. Whether the God Emperor is good or not, no, she's lawful neutral. Okay. Okay, she's lawful neutral. I guess I gotta see her more bad side, because I feel like I feel like she seems like a paladin-ish to me, right? She would have no qualms to put all those kids down if they were mutants. Oh. So say if they had an extra eye, all dead. Interesting. Okay. I think that does make more sense. I like it. I'm like pausing because I'm like, it's clicking, right? All right, that's good. Good to know. And another question. So not from what I've been playing, because I know very little about the God Emperor in this playthrough or anything, but God Emperor, like, I know people use him as a beacon to get through the warp, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's good. And I feel like, so I've been told time and time again, there's no good in this world. So is good not even a proper alignment in this world? Is the best you could be neutral? I guess I was trying to figure out if the Emperor, following the Emperor was lawful good. Think of it as Last of Us setting. Everybody's brutal because they have to be. Survive. I don't think I've seen... What is Last of Us? Is that a show? Is that a game? I've not seen it or played it, if it's either. But I feel like I've heard of Last of Us, so... I'm gonna guess zombie. Something to do with zombies. Just think of it as the wolves are at the gate. Can't afford to be good. That's what I'm hearing. Just think of the wolves at the gate. They're on the brink of death. So extreme options are the only way to live. I guess, though, is having a third eye so horrendous that all the children who have third eyes have to die? Like, do children... Yes. Okay. That was really fast. Yes. Yes, they have to die. It's the kind of thing where one out of control Psyker is considered a corruption by the warp. But what if it has to be someone out of that corruption of the warp it's like evolution or something, right? Like, that's gonna be able to survive the corruption of the warp. They become resistant to it or something. Or is that not what this world wants? They are accepted abhumans, but beyond that, no. Interesting. Ogrins and ratlings are abhumans. I have no idea what that even means. I gotta move my cursor a little bit. Ratlings. I mean, ratling sounds like subhuman. Are ratlings like people who live in the sewer? Hey, featuring AlteredCalyx. I'm mostly gonna lurk because of spoilers, but I gotta hear how you're finding the game so far. Thank you. I appreciate the lurk featuring Flute. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit overwhelming, and I like the game. I'm not in love with it yet, but that's only because I'm pretty sure I had the same feeling with Pathfinder, as I've been saying earlier too, just because Pathfinder was a little bit overwhelming too. But there was a moment that clicked when I learned about, like, touch spells and stuff, touch armor or whatever. And then I was like, oh, okay. So I feel like I just need like a, oh, okay moment in this game, and I'm gonna be like all over it. Because I I like in the fact that I'm constantly thinking about it in terms of like, what does this mean? What does that mean? I'm asking Kazakh for his like, you know, what does this mean? Is this, I'm trying to equate it to words that I know. So like, you know, lawful good type of thing. Learned today, Argenta is lawful neutral. So, you know, it's like kind of cool. How are you liking it so far, Flute? Just put it this way, one Psyker losing it on your ship could literally doom everyone on it. You may think the precautions are extreme, but the risks are extreme. Lots of options in this game based on first look. I like it. Right? Yeah. I think you should play it too, Big Bad Russian. Oh my gosh. No obvious cookie cutter builds at first glance. I need to learn how to... I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna hide that user. I don't need that kind of stuff. Okay. Gotcha. I'm kind of in the same boat. Intrigued, overwhelmed, like what I've seen, but not in love yet. Oh, so it's not only me. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. I love it. I love it that we're on the same wavelength. All right. I love it. You then have other insidious things like gene stealer cults. Oh my gosh. The aesthetics don't quite do it for me though. It's no Baldur's Gate 3 for sure. But I feel like this is still good enough. It's not like big budget like BG3 was too, so recommend you watch Bricky's intro video to Warhammer 40k. What is the intro video about though? Just an introduction to Warhammer 40k lore? Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I wrote down Bricky's name. Bricky's intro. Maybe I will watch it. Watch it while I'm washing dishes or something, right? I'm not a great big YouTube consumer. Hubby is. He watches hours upon hours just going through YouTube, going through whatever. YouTube for me is like a necessary evil. It's quite the visual upgrade from previous AlteredCalyx games, which is nice. The UI is also top tier IMO. I'm very impressed with what the UI team did. I agree. I feel like it is an upgrade from Pathfinder, so I feel like you can only go like, yeah, based on what they previously did. I like it. Flute, I have to ask though, did you do a custom profile pic or did you go with an existing one? Because this is my existing one. I can't change it. I want to change it so badly, but I can't. I couldn't find a way. There's mods to do it, but I don't want to use a mod. Because I heard mods can disable achievements. If you really get into the lore, Amberking is amazing. Is that a book? A series? Professional level voice acting and narration of the lore. Oh, it's a YouTube channel? Oh, Amber King probably. I'm like, Amber King? I went with an existing one. I really like one and I'm basing my character personality on it. Kind of looks like Janeway from Star Trek. I don't know Janeway, but that's cool that you found one that's resonating with you. Goes over a lot of the lore with Primarchs. What's your favorite? What's your portrait webcam is covering it? Oh, it is. I get to the.
You will hear no objection from me, Lord Captain. I have enjoyed
This girl here. I liked her because she looked, I don't know, I saw some skulls on there. She looked like she could be like, she could be a necromancer. But, yeah, my girl's, She's a Psyker. And she has red hair. So, yeah. But my actual girl looks like this. So it looks nothing like her. I guess maybe I could dye her hair black. Get close to that. But other than that, yeah, I thought she looked cool. She looked coolest out of all of them. That's why I picked it. Have I met Space Wolf yet? I have not. Is that an upcoming companion? My girl's a hodgepodge. Did you notice that if they wear the... Oh no, she can't care if I do this. Look at this. As soon as they use a staff, they're hunched over. They're like, I can't hold my back straight. Then you switch their weapons. Oh, all of a sudden, they okay. So the staff is making them like age like 50 years or something. Blue guy on the loading screen. Oh, no, I have not met him yet. Classic, unable to match the portrait is the bane of my existence, right? Oh, the gigantic bearded man in the loading screen. He is a space marine. Oh, yeah. Is that Ulfar or something? I have not met him. I have not come across him yet. Okay, I just want to finish talking. Tell me about House Orselio.
As the only voice of our family on this vessel, it is an honor. As long as your questions are courteous, I will answer every one of them.
How are you finding Psyker? Hemi is really underwhelmed with being... What is PRO for the first 10 levels? With being pro? Oh, Psyker rating. Oh, okay. Yeah, Hemi's really underwhelmed with being a pro the first 10 levels. Yeah, I can't do much right now. I have one buff, maybe 2 buffs. I decided I picked this because I saw some healing, and I can't heal yet, so I definitely need a few more levels, I think. But it is underwhelming. I think so far the most fun is Abelard and maybe Argenta. But I think it's just it takes me a while to ramp up the Psyker. Well, the way I took Officer, so maybe that's why, because I know Officer. I wanted to be a support. That's why. Space Marine are the Emperor's angels and soldiers, sons of the Primarch, who are the sons to the Emperor. Yeah, it looked like pro. I was like, pro? Let's go with the lore Imperium that we succeeded. Is the Orselio prophecy system named after your ancestor?
You are shrewd indeed. My ancestor charted that route while fleeing the enemies of humanity. They say the Emperor himself was his guide, because the warp expelled their vessel without a single loss. Unfortunately, the lips of those who relate this tale seep with disgusting green hubris. I think Colleen Orselio was simply a skilled navigator.
Space Marines are super soldiers, 8 feet tall, making adults look like children next to them. Primarchs do that to the same to Space Marines being upwards of 12 feet tall or larger. There are only 18. There are only 18 Primarchs? Space Marines remind me of Terrans from StarCraft. 18 Primarchs. Ah, gotcha. Basically, right? Yeah. Like even their outfit, their getup, it reminded me of it. They're mutants though. Okay, except for that part. Maybe the Terrans and the Zerg mingled. Maybe they're the children of Kerrigan and Raynor. They're not mutants. They're genetically enhanced super soldiers. Okay. It wouldn't be quite Zerg then. Wait, genetically enhanced, isn't that what what's that guy's name? Starts with the A. In StarCraft. He's the brain bug. He was genetically mutating to make genetically engineering to make better Zerg. They have multiple organs. Unable to have kids. Mutation means random. They have organs implanted in them. Specifically by the Emperor. How can you say specifically by the Emperor when the Emperor is unconscious? He created them back in 30th Mel. Oh, so Space Marines are from when the Emperor was still alive? Does that mean that they can't make any more Space Marines because he's in a vegetative state? They can. Emperor himself. Big Bad Russian is adamant. Emperor is a mutant. Space Marines are mutants. They can, but it's hard and nothing really new. He's a Psyker and a perpetual, effectively immortal. This was reminding me of some other game. I felt like maybe a little bit of RimWorld, where if a colonist was injured, you just get a new arm, a robotic cybernetic arm or something. But a corpse on a golden toilet. One of the theories is if he dies, he will instantly be reborn to become a god due to all the faith worshipping of him. Interesting. If he was, he wouldn't have needed life support. He would regenerate. No one's faithful enough to test it though, I guess, huh? Take him off the life support. The reason why they keep him on there is because he lights the Astronomicon. Yeah, because he's the beacon, right? For the people to find their way through the warp. And he holds the warp portal closed. It's almost like, you know how in Baldur's Gate 3, Orpheus was imprisoned and they were using his mind to ward off the mind flayers and stuff? Yeah. The Emperor, we're just using the Emperor's brain to ward off chaos, I guess. Huh? If he would be taken off, Terra would instantly fall to the warp. I can believe that. I mean, if they can only traverse the warp because of him, if you take him out, then it'll just collapse, right? Horus did nothing wrong. Oh my gosh. I take it House Orselio has a rich history?
Oh, yes. The Navigators of the house came to the Coronis Expanse fairly recently. A mere 208 years ago. Before that, our ancestors expanded the borders of humankind's dominion for the glory of the Emperor, blazing trails to different corners of the galaxy.
So who rules the house?
Just as a rogue trader stands at the head of a protectorate, a Novator heads a Navigator house. It is the Novator who decides where to look for alliances and which path their bloodline is destined to tread. As for our house, the transfer of power to a successor is currently underway. In the meantime, Great Regent Auronto Orselio is ensuring the stability of the house.
I feel like I'm gonna be a little bit wary of Great Regent Auronto Orselio. It's so taxing that his second-hand man, another perpetual, who was forced to stay on the throne for the Emperor to fight, was devoured within 20 minutes, body and soul and all, ceasing to exist. What devoured him? And what did it like? So does that mean he disintegrated? Was he like sucked into a void? They claim only they can traverse the warp. Perpetual equals immortal. Even if their body is destroyed, they will regenerate in time. Everyone else seems to do it just fine without no emperor. Just more Imperium lies. The Golden Throne. It destroyed his soul. Lies and falsehoods designed to manipulate and use the popular. Big Bad Russian is like conspiracy theorist here. Seeing connections where they might not be. You lived in seclusion on a close station until Fela committed his sabotage, so then you must be the Novator's successor.
So, says Regent Aronto. Nothing is decided yet. Some people in the house become enshrouded in rolling grey clouds at the thought of me becoming the Novator. But even more are bound with dull leaden chains. They think I am not ready for such a burden.
They did keep calling you the child, so I don't know. With your permission, I would like to talk about something else.
By all means.
I think I had some questions in here.
You wish to know about me? I suppose I can help you with that. What would you like to know?
I noticed that your love of painting is reflected in your speech as well. You associate so many images with hues and colors.
The Emperor graced me with a gift. I can see inner life in addition to the mundane. You cannot know that a fruit has rotten from the inside until a blade slices it in two. I can see the rot from far away. It roils like swamp mud, oozing through the bright peel. Anger and boredom, sadness and joy. Everything that people shut away inside themselves is revealed to me like colors on the canvas of my world.
She says the Emperor graced her. Like, is she just saying, like, did he literally like bestow that upon her when he was alive? I don't know. Why don't we talk about something else?
You will hear no objection from me, Lord Captain.
Think of it as a holy experience. Okay. Y'all see that Turkish guy, though, calling for death of Israel by will of Allah collapse and die on stage, though? Nope, I haven't seen that. Miracles do happen in this universe. Yeah, I've just seen it leak. Dude, I live in a bubble, okay? I purposely live in a bubble. What does your special sight reveal?
Sister Argenta shines like a guiding star, inspiring resolve in those around her, seemingly inexplicably. However, I see a dark and ugly fog billow behind her, contrasting sharply with her shining light. It burdens the Sister of Battle. It drags her down. Yet Argenta herself is hardly aware of it. Seneschal Viserion is among the few whose colors are a pleasure to look at. Whenever the Seneschal speaks, heavenly crystal clarity spreads around him. And whenever he is angered, dark blue clouds condense over him. And in his rare moments of joy, a pure gleam of sunset pink caresses the souls of those near him. Out of your entire retinue, Lord Captain, he is the only one I would trust with my life.
I feel the same way, Cassia. I feel like he's good. He's good people.
Idira's emotions are like a maelstrom, bright, unbridled, enveloping her form like a wondrous kaleidoscope of colors. And as dangerous as a twisting warp storm. The riot of colors hides the truth from my eyes. What exactly is driving this woman? Is it her own will, or is it the Immaterium, Lord Captain?
Immaterium. Hi, Mackie. Hi, what's the matter? We're gonna find out what Idira's, what's driving her. We don't know yet. And I think that's all we have of her. Yeah, I stay away from the news. I like happy things. I watch K-drama because it's usually like pretty simple, nice. Don't have to worry about sad endings. Most of the K-drama I watch, it reminds me of like Hallmark Channel, honestly. I purposely picked them though, I'm sure. Okay, so I guess we should see what we're doing here. Looking for trouble. Rykadi Philia. New blood. We have to find that Heinrix guy. That seemed like a really important thing they said. I don't know where he is though. Can I link you a short to show you what the Emperor and some Primarchs look like? It's YouTube. 1 second. I feel like I have it setting so that unless you're I don't know how to allow it, honestly. Oops. What the Yeah, let me see here. Yeah, I have it so that here, I'll undo this for right now. Your channel's chat will automatically delete posted URLs except for ones posted by you, moderators, admins, and VIP. Okay, go for it. For the next 5 minutes, anyone can post links. Go for it. Have at it. Yeah, get a chance, check out the link.
To the world of Monarchia, Lorgar and the Wordbearer's Legion would make with all haste, answering the distress calls, only for Lorgar to see.
I'll just pause that. We'll watch it another time. All right. I should probably have it on a hotbar, on a quick link or something. Dog, I feel like she's trying to tell me something. She's like parked right next to me. She thinks it's later than it actually is. She wants food. Okay, so I don't know. Let's just do a quest. The reason I was thinking maybe I should pick a quest is because I heard like doing one quest over another has consequences. She thinks you're straying from the Emperor's light. Yeah, exactly. My dog's definitely lawful good. She's not lawful neutral. Or is she? Because if somebody was threatening me, I think she would do some bad things. I don't think she actually would. She would give a warning. The Prison Planetoid. And was hoping for more technical or something out of that link. Kazik recommended Bricky's YouTube. Bricky's intro to Warhammer. That might be something of interest to you because you said you were reading wikis and stuff. Big Bad Russian. New Blood. Machine Spirit Keeper. Land on Rykad Minoris. I say let's go over here. Because it looks like there's 3 quests here. I wish it could give me some kind of hint where that Heinrix guy is, although I guess that's why I should find him. But do I have any information on him? Like, is he, did he go to the prison? So if that's the case, then I should go visit that Prison Planetoid. I'm gonna read about it. Because, like, Big Bad Russians are reading good. Because I know there was something about him in here. Because even the Ravor guy, Helmsmaster, was saying, like, we should find him. Oh, here. Matter of the utmost importance led the interrogator to the Rykad system. The Prison Planetoid and the Rykad system may have caught it. I think we should go here. Because that guy said the utmost importance was to find this guy. So I think we should go here, yeah. Here we go. That's this thing. Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. It's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Wisterian's voice. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. Oh my. Luton 09 is another great channel for lore. So are these people explaining lore because they read the books and they put it into visual format? Abelard. The everyday sounds of the bridge are disrupted by voices raised in anger. Abelard's voice, the loudest of all. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a highborn brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. Happening. Avril event. The young woman standing before Abelard strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters, but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. I don't know if I should let this behavior go, right? Like, we have ranks for a reason. Very well, Lieutenant. You may just the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already seen fit to disturb her. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence toward a higher ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. That I agree with. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Avrila Vent, requesting permission to speak. On a matter of extreme importance and urgency, I will listen to what you have to say. Speak, Lieutenant. You may speak, but I want to hear a report, not a shouting match. Having 2 officers bickering in full view of the bridge is unacceptable. This is completely true. I will not tolerate this kind of conduct on my ship. Abelard, assign the Lieutenant an appropriate punishment. Lieutenant, you have 1 minute to state your business. I kind of agree with number 3 too. There's like rules and order for a reason, right? I feel like I was being a little bit too slack. I feel like I need to have some order and some discipline on this ship. Yeah, you have 1 minute to state your business. Go. Yes, Lord Captain, listen to my report and punish me as you wish, but all that matters is that you hear me out. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary. But I am convinced that this step is unwarranted and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Vent is almost trembling with tension as she delivers her speech, her face extremely pale. I don't really know if I should tolerate a worker strike. Abelard, in no hurry to intervene, lets out a skeptical huff. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Worsarian. What? And to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Vent reels off the last words as though she knows them by heart. She has clearly been preparing to say them for some time. When she is finished, she casts an anxious glance at Abelard, then at you. There's an insurrection in the making aboard my ship, and no one has informed me. How did all this start? Where does Seneschal Worsarian come into all this? Yeah, like, why are you so mad at him? I shall explain. I beg you to hurry. Time is running out. I will not hurry. Since my competence is under scrutiny, I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal problems myself, so of course when I received information about cultists hiding on the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora van Valencius shall find refuge on her ship. He's got some fury there. What's a few hundred base crew members? You can always kidnap more for your ship. Yeah, I'm more interested in filling out the officer ranks that were depleted. This seems a little bit callous, right? You were too far heavy-handed, Seneschal Worsarian. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for entire sectors. It has driven the people to the brink. Now there is a strike on the lower decks in Depot 4, to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection. But when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and a crush to strike with maximum force. I'm not seeing a problem here so far. There's an insurrection. Okay. There's a short story about a guy who gets blackjacked in the back of the head behind a bar, only to wake up being pressed as a crew member for a gunnery team on a massive warship. What does that mean? Only to wake up and being pressed as a crew member for a gunnery team on a massive warship. They do it all the time in the Imperium. That's their recruitment method? If a ship is low, they kidnap people. Okay, that's okay. Took me a little bit to connect the dots, but okay, I gotcha. Yeah, it's common practice. If it's common practice, it's fine. Why is Depot 4 important? Let's find out about this. Depot is one of the poorest sectors on the lower decks. It is home to clans of general laborers. They are not as valuable to the ship as the families who have served its specialized systems for generations. They are an easily replaceable resource. Man, he's blunt. And one which is now more besides giving succor to cultists and minions of the arch enemy. Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but at worst that means drunken fights and illegal rot-gut brewing. We have handled the workers of Depot 4 in the past. We would have done so again if the crackdown on Depot 4, Depot, I feel like it's Depot, right? Depot 4 hasn't been so harsh. And another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It is located on one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect on all neighboring sectors. I feel like if they're getting into drunken fights, maybe they got a little bit too much time on their hands. Abelard, what do you have to say about all this? I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interest of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. Abelard, I trust in you. Just do what you want. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower decks. I will not. Stop the assault unit and speak directly to the people. I'm a little bit too busy. You will see that they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way you will stop the uprising before it begins. There's an I've heard enough. I will go down to the lower decks and deal with the problem personally. I feel like this is beneath me, right? I have people in charge to handle this, right? Like, we have important things to do, guys. I am certain the Seneschal was acting within his authority, but I will verify the soundness of his decisions for myself. This matter is not worth the rogue trader's time. Leave the bridge and don't ever disturb me again. Wow, what kind of rogue trader am I? I don't think I'm gonna go down personally. Like, we have some big picture things to take care of. I'm certain Seneschal is verify the soundness of his decisions, meaning I'm going to lower deck. I don't want to go to the lower deck. I'm gonna let the appropriate people deal with this. And I trust Abelard. But maybe I shouldn't trust him? I trust him. Trying to think, how do I want to handle this? I feel like if I do 4, that means I'm doubting Abelard, and I don't want to doubt him. I just want to trust him. But I don't think I want an insurrection on my ship either. Yeah. I don't got time for this. Maybe if you came to me with this at a different time. Wait, but... Enough, Lieutenant. You know where the exit is. You and I will discuss the brewing rebellion as well as your egregious breach of protocol here today. That's the most important part. We got protocols for reasons, right? Oh, shit. Quest failed. They did not like that. The game did not like that. The Lord Captain has received a plea to assess the actions of Seneschal Worsarian. As a result, Worsarian's decisions regarding the situation is one of the sector's lower deck problem now threatens to engulf the whole ship. You know what? We got bigger problems. I don't like how it says I failed though. I guess I'll see what the consequences are. But I don't think I failed. Watch my like ship now be like non-working because everyone is on strike. I want to scan this. How do I freaking scan? Hull integrity. Let's go here. Have you done void battles yet? I have not. Nope. That means ship battles. I have not done that yet. Let's scan this. What does this mean? A mobile mining outpost assembled in accordance with the Blessed Standard template construct. This small industrial complex can be deployed on practically any world. Surf clan assigned to it will devote itself to the maintenance of its sacred mechanisms. Oh, what does this mean though? Can't do anything about it. Who? Me? Fail? What? No, I don't fail thing. I demand a recount. No hanging chads. Hopefully the systems are better than the last 2 games of Alcads. Never cared for the meta mechanics they had. One thing I liked about Wraths though was that it gave a sense of urgency for time. Like in BG3, I felt like long rest was too easily exploited. Like maybe if they limited the number of camp supplies or something, but it's like, oh, I used 1 spell, let me just take a long rest. Like, come on, there was no consequences I felt for taking long rests. Whereas in Wrath, you couldn't just keep taking long rests because there were consequences. You couldn't delay everything because there was a timeline. Certain things were happening. I'm surprised honor mode didn't add a time limit. Yeah, I agree. I couldn't find it, but I thought in one of the patch notes or something I read said that there was some limitations to camp supplies, like you couldn't find them as easily or the number was reduced. But when I was looking it over, I didn't see it. I did see that you can customize and modify camp supply, I don't know what you call it, frequency or the number of it, but I wanted it to be part of Honor Mode, like you said. If you're looking for another set of great CRPGs, Pillars of Eternity is great. I have it. I have 1 and 2. I actually tried to start 2. I think Hubby recommended 2. He's like, you can just skip 1. But I tried it, and it was one of those, I barely got into it, and I was like, this is overwhelming, so I kind of stepped out of it. But it is on my backlog, for sure. For sure. One is better to get you into it. Maybe I'll go in order then. It's definitely on my list. I also have Shadowrun Hong Kong because someone else recommended that. It introduces you to all the stuff of the setting. It's just that means I have to master another system, right? Because it's completely different. I'm not very good with change. I'm trying my best. Looks like everyone can go. Oh, hi, Mac. What are you doing here, little Macky do? This little boy got trapped in the closet today. Must have ran in when I was grabbing my coat, and then I took my dog for a walk. I come back in, and he's not there to greet me. He's usually right there, so I'm like calling him. I hear him crying, but I couldn't find him. And then I finally opened the closet, and he comes bursting out. Poor little guy. He wasn't in there for that long, though. Also, it's a game. Don't feel sorry for him. It's a game to him. Every door that gets open, he bursts in. He darts in. He's like, haha. Catch me now. Okay, that's definitely something from StarCraft, that ship. A Viking? Is that what it is in that game? Oh, just, why are you so cute? Okay. Oh my gosh, my dog is bothering me now. Give me like another half hour, Hales. Let me F5. I feel like I haven't saved in a while. Oh yeah, we got goods right off the bat. So I have cargoes that are over 100%, and someone said I can trade them in once I have at least 100% of them. I don't know where to trade. Hopefully it'll
Time to leave my mark upon the galaxy.
One will show me. Pilot Raquel.
A revelation was sent to me.
Why did this auto pause? Come in, escort. This is Captain Vakari. Escort, please, come in. The pale young woman looks at you with a mixture of hope and disbelief swirling in her eyes. You notice her hands trembling as she clutches her weapon. Who are you? Did you come from the planet? Are you a reinforcement? Saint's teeth, I thought you'd never come. Well, you just ain't a very good trader, are ya? Yeah, I'm very new to rogue trading. Abelard, teach this riffraff the proper way of dressing her sovereign. Tell me about this planetoid. What happened here? I have no time for long-winded talks. Brief me on the situation ahead and do be concise. I'm looking for a man by the name of Heinrix von Calox. Calox. Heinrix von Calox. He is here, perhaps? I feel like my girl wants to get to the point. It's odd because when she's talking with her crew members, though, like from her party, I feel like she's like all the time in the world. Tell me about yourself. Yeah, where did you come from? Why don't you like the color red? You know, it's like, and when I'm talking to like peons, I'm like, just tell me what happened. Okay, get to the point. Yeah, I feel like this is how she's gonna be. I have no time for long-winded talks. Brief me on the situation ahead, and do be concise. Reporting. There's been a prison riot on the planetoid led by the prison warden himself. My lord Yvain Winterscale, son of rogue trader Calogos Winterscale, went to parley with him. Why would young Winterscale have felt the need to parley with the dissidents? The warden himself is spearheading the riot? Yeah, let's ask why Winterscale would feel the need. It's a personal matter. Master Castiglia, the seditious warden, is Lord Yvain's childhood friend. When my lord heard of the riot, the news saddened him greatly, and so he rushed here without delay in hopes of bringing his old friend to his senses without. The first Winterscale in my memory who prefers to talk first rather than shoot and slash. She smiles faintly. Young Lord Winterscale is not his father's shadow. If he is determined to save his friend, he won't back down. I pray to the throne that he is alive and well. He's been gone for such a long time, and I really don't like this place. Cassia frowns in confusion. Theobald executed his wife and only son on the mere suspicion of treason against House Orselio. So why did the noble Yvain rush to save someone who betrayed his house? Do bonds of friendship give one the right to make inexcusable mistakes? I feel like none of these is a good response to this. The warden himself is spearheading the riot? Yes, she bites her lip. No one expected this. Master Castiglia is a nobleman from a respected governor house and a vassal to House Winterscale. All of a sudden, he proclaimed that Rykadi Philia was now his personal domain, that the prisoners were his subjects, and that he would never bow to anyone again. It's pure heresy. I take it they're looking forward to a diet of sand and gravel. What kind of madman would start a revolt on a barren rock? I'm looking for a man by the name of Heinrix von Calox. Is he here? Unless it's one of the prisoners or guards, then it seems unlikely. There are no shuttles in working order other than yours and mine. There is nothing else anyone could have used to reach this place. Is there anything else I should be apprised of before I set out? Some of the rebels have holed up in the barracks. I don't know how many, but given this is the only way through to where the negotiations are taking place, I would expect heavy resistance. Please take caution, your ladyship. Lord Winterscale's guards mind the entrance so that the rebels couldn't get to the shuttle. Great. Got a lot of disarming to do. Sure. I have no more questions. Your ladyship, if I may have a minute of your time. Everybody wants... Talk to me. I wouldn't have ever dared to trouble you with a personal matter, but the situation... In any case, have you been to the capital of Rykad Minoris yet? I wanted to ask if you saw a man there, a communications officer by the name of Jasper. If this is like your long-lost lover, I'm not interested. What is your relationship to this man? I have not yet been to Rykad Minoris and know nothing of this officer's fate. Remain disdainfully silent. I am a rogue trader, not a messenger girl. I have more pressing matters at hand than indulging a junior officer's curiosity. I'm just gonna say I haven't been there yet. Although maybe that's even offering her too much information. I'm just gonna remain silent. The woman looks at you for a while longer, eyes laden with hope, and then sighs. She bows. You can tell by the desperation in her eyes that she is exhausted, frightened, and wishes to be off of this planetoid as soon as possible. Man, my girl is heartless. Heartless.
Never doubt me.
This guard post has been vacant for a long time. There's a layer of dust on every surface. So why am I here? I was here for looking for that guy, but if he's not here... I don't know. Now I'm thinking maybe I should have gone to that Rykadi miner maybe first. Rykad Minoris. Okay, so I do have to seek out the governor, and that's the warden, right? Okay, yeah, so we're still gonna be here.
The whispers told me a secret.
I can see the agitation and fear of the servants beside me. But you, how do you manage to drown out their colors with mere words? Their dark hues dissolve immediately, and humility sets in.
Okay, this is for science. I want to...
I have always desired only respect, not fear. It is good to know that my efforts have not been in vain. Thank you for telling me.
Are they becoming friends? I'm F5ing here because I want to see if whoever is gonna disarm this, which I think is gonna be Argenta, if only she's gonna go, or if the whole party is gonna cross over this thing. Let's find out. Okay.
I'm enraged.
Yeah, we're reloading. So she did go, the proper one did go, but she just runs over it. So I have to guide her. Okay. That was for science.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
Let me read some of this before I go. Remains of a meal, one far too lavish for even a hive world, let alone a prison colony. A long string of names extends beneath the heading, top quarry workers of the cycle. Okay.
Pay attention.
Okay. First things first.
The light of terror shines for us. Duty prevails.
Let's grab this. Grok shit. Why me? Why? I missed my tithe payment 12 years ago. 12 years. The inspector's writ got lost somewhere in the bowels of the planetary administratum and was lying there this whole time. But they made sure to remember to tack on the fines every month. By the time they found the blasted paper and finally informed me the total sum was so obscene it would take 3 generations of my descendants, if I had any, to pay it off. My fate was sealed. Trial, sentence, prison, all because of some daft rotter who shoved my paper in the wrong box. To be fair, I think I got off pretty easy. My bed in the barracks is about as hard as that slab or rock creep I've got at home. Working in the quarry isn't much tougher than my old job, and the rules, void take me, that old sod that governs Rykad Minoris is a bloody sadist by comparison. It's a strange old place. I haven't been beaten once yet. The guards bark orders all the time, but they never hit us. They also got this kind of inner circle of special chosen prisoners. The optimatum, they call it. The optimatum? Optimatum. If you can get in, Emperor as my witness, you get an actual day off. They let you out of your cell and into the yard by the big barracks, and I tell you what, they let you rest there and feed you better than whatever swill they're giving us in the canteen. They told me it's to improve our motivation and all that, to foster a strong desire to reform and become a worthy servant of the Imperium once more. But I know it for what it is, just a club for the warden's favorites. Same story as everywhere else. Suck up to the people in power and get some swanky perks. They say the whole thing was the warden's idea. Funny man, our warden. He looks more noble than nobility itself. Tall, groomed, teeth even, eyes burning, boots so polished you can see yourself when you move to lick them. But that nutter doesn't much want people licking his boots. He walks around looking like he's deep in thought. Alright, with only a couple of guards at his side, and he sometimes, if you can believe it, talks to prisoners. What's your name, he asks. He asks them all quiet like, why were you condemned? Do you feel remorse? He never even yells at no one, never orders to have him flogged. Instead, he doles rewards out to special ones. Keeps telling us things like how we should strive to make society believe in us again. Uh-huh, whatever you say, Master Warden. Starting tomorrow, I'll be trying to join these optimates of yours. I'm stuck in here till the day I die, and that means no return to society for me. But with the Emperor's help, I might just join the ranks of the local elite. Funny.
Blessed be the road.
Oh my gosh, I thought she was gonna disarm this first, I guess.
I better myself through my service.
Scraps of typical prison food, repulsive to the senses. I think everyone can join us now.
Powers unseen uncover my path.
What's happening?
More enemies to face judgment. We are truly blessed this day.
Yeah!
That stun looks pretty good. Cassia is an officer in your ship's navigator. She strikes foes with energies of the warp and supports the party by making her ally stronger. Voice of Command is an officer ability that increases an ally's characteristics for 1 round and also allows the officer, we already know how to use that. You could just what? I'm an officer. You have been ambushed. So how are these guys gonna get to me if I go around the corner? Oh. So if we're ambushed, so if we're surprised, we can't position ourselves? Interesting. So I can't do anything right now. Okay, you're okay. Okay. So it looks like these guys can't do anything through here either, so let's get to it. What is this? Control shot. My gosh, my dog. Gonna mute the mic. She's going crazy. Alright, I gotta go see what's up. She's gonna keep barking. I'll be right back. Alrighty, we are back. It was the freaking neighbor. Neighbor just coming into his driveway, but my dog thought it was like he was invading us or something. Going crazy. Yeah, let me look at what they are. Like a lot of them only have 9 hit points. So this nimble prisoner 51. I thought there was a guard here. Grenadier guard. Where's this guy? Is he the boss? He has like a skull. Oh, does that mean he's a psyker? I don't know what this means. Can I see him? What he is? No, he's just... Where's that nimble guy? Okay. So she's first. Is there such a concept of delay turn, by the way? I see end turn, but okay, doesn't matter. Can't. I have to do this girl first. Okay. I have to make sure they're adjacent to her. It doesn't do much better. And this is only 1 AP. Man, I wish she had a better weapon. The hell is this? Okay, like they have good cover. But if I go like this, okay, first of all, I do want this.
Never wavered in the face of adversity. All too easy. Nothing of value has been lost.
One down. Even if I use this, I'm sure this is line of sight. Yeah. All these are line of sight. She's done. This girl. I do this. One creature within a 36 cell radius. Holy crap. First creature for every shot within a 10 cell zone. Is it better to hit all of them a little bit? I'm thinking we're gonna get rid of someone. Like, I have plenty of AP, but I'm just wondering, like, why... It seems to be exactly the same, but one is just 2 AP versus 1. Wait, 50% bonus to the effective range of a weapon and a 10% hit chance. Oh. Well, might as well do this.
I'll do it. Strike is a prayer.
Oh, you know what? I did that buff. I should have put her over here. Oh well. You know what?
Doubt is for the weak.
Let's get rid of some more people. $85%. Hold on, I feel like even one of this is good enough, right? 80.
I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Perfect. Perfect. Do that. Oh gosh. Abelard, I need you up there. Resell radius. Go up here. Shoot, she's not gonna get it, but this gets mostly everybody. Go here.
I will do
This.
my duty.
I mark this guy.
Indeed.
I can't charge him though. Oh, I can charge him.
It will be done.
Oh, two people can occupy the same square? Okay. Yep,
At your beck and call.
gonna affect them. What does her staff do? Oops. Cascading. Enemies targeted by the Navigator powers gain a -5 penalty to all their characteristics, and the Navigator shares attacks and is renewed every time. Thing I want to know is, like, can she go here and then use this? I feel like this looks like it has to be melee.
Emperor, give me strength. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Oh, it looked like they were occupying the same space, but they weren't. Okay. It gave me 2 action points, but I can't use anything. Is this because he's in my face? $23 and 10%, but if I just do this, it's 23 and 5%. Well, let's shoot him. That didn't really do what I wanted it to do. Oops. %20 chance. 24% chance. They're both low. I guess I'd rather have a chance at killing this guy off. Alright, nice. Okay, this is a buff. I feel like she's gonna get hit first. Let's buff her.
Was that you? Or
I'm gonna stand here.
I know what is to come.
We're gonna this on
But
him.
of course.
If I do this, then everyone else can hit this guy better. But if I do this, we can hurt him a lot. This is always my problem here. I'm gonna just expose him. Let's see what happens. Oh, and I can still do this?
Will do.
My turn. Buff rate.
I
Gonna
will
buff him.
triumph.
Giving him 2 AP doesn't do anything because he's not right in front of them. But I can give it to... Should I give it to Adira and then she can do some damage? What is kind of Cassia damage? I didn't really see any kind of damage for her to do. I'm gonna give it to her. I want her to do this. Yeah. Wow, I can expose more weakness. I'll do it on him.
Ruin beckons.
Oh!
My faith shields me.
Not gonna have any cover. Do you know what? I can just use this thing, right? What's the cooldown? 1 round? Do this. Doesn't this mean that he's not gonna get hit? Let me read this again. Soldier and their allies will automatically dodge the soldier's next attack. So yeah, so Argenta should dodge this, right? I hope I'm reading this right.
Nothing I can't do. You didn't
Yes.
stand a chance.
Good job.
Although
Good
it
job.
was your biggest mistake.
Okay, that's it. Argenta. So if we go here. Get rid of this one. Abelard. That's the guy with 40. Well, hell, I have to waste.
Victory Victory is imminent. I took care of this one.
Wish I could move him more. Oh, it looks like I can. Yeah, I can't reach him. I mean, might as well do this. Free. Cassia. Yeah, I can't do anything with. %17%. Like I can't do this. So this is probably better than nothing. Let me. Oh, I can hit with this. Yeah.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
He didn't get stunned though. Fine. Might as well put this on someone. Oh, she could do something. What is this? Do it to
I'll
Abelard.
paint your death in colors.
Get him.
Tactically sound approach.
I can't use that again. I hit him in the head. This is more hurtful. 67% chance versus 80% chance. Oh, let's do 80% chance. Point blank. Oh wow, I can go again?
It will be done. One fewer target.
Freaking nice. Easy, guys. Easy. Let's loot. 8 damage. What is this? Chainmail. Dodge penalty. Deals 5 energy damage within the area and pushes the target 2 cells away. Like that. The character wearing this armor will dodge 64% of average enemy attacks in this chapter. This armor reduces the incoming damage of average enemy attacks in this chapter by minus 20%. Well, I guess I'll take this. Can he benefit from this? Yeah, he should probably use this then, right? Yeah. Looking better, looking better. Wearing the well, hell, one of these. Why does she have 2 staves? This is... I don't know. It's not a great stave, but I feel like as a caster, she should have a staff. Perception. Inspect the poster.
The premonition runs true.
Tear off the poster and examine the wall behind it. Ooh. Oh. Prisoner's shank. Wait, this shank does... Well, no, okay. These cages have been placed in plain view of the beds. Inside are traces of blood and excrement. What kind of place was this? Ha ha ha, I swear the Emperor hasn't forsaken me. Guess who just came down the shuttle gangway among the fresh batch of prisoners? Clemson, throne damned Willia. Former administrative clerk, no, the clerk, the very same scum who lost the writ about the missing payment. He's the reason I'm in this hole. Don't know what they threw him in for, but I've never felt better in my life. He's not just behind the same bars as me, he's fresh meat, and I'm a venerable optimate respected by everyone in the colony. The warden just came up with a new improvement. From now on, anyone who underperforms, misbehaves, or causes trouble any other way is to be punished by the community, specifically by the local best and brightest. Yours truly, the Optimates. The last 2 sods who failed to meet the quota were stripped naked, whipped, and thrown into cages in the big barracks. That's where they have to eat, sleep, and shit now with everyone watching. Dang. I thought to myself then, that isn't right. They've taken these punishments too far, but now... Just you wait, you piece of grok shit. I'll get you for something. Those cages are calling your name. Damn. Bare beds made from back and forth and rusty chains. Whoever's forced to sleep on them would not take much for them to fall. Beds here are bolted to the floor. Some have thin, torn bed sheets and even tattered pillows. No perception check or anything? Oh.
I tread a path unexplored.
Idira, is there something you wish to tell me about? Namely, the mess in the wardroom last week.
Ugh, stop blaming me every time one of the officers flies off the handle, old man. Not every brawl or disaster on this ship is because of me.
You tell him, Idira. Prison guard key. Guard key.
Ruinous favor prevails.
There's a familiar sense, that of the dark forces of chaos. Chopped up slabs of flesh have been thoroughly washed of any blood. Other mad rantings here. Prison Diary of A.T. Shan, Part 3. I'm scared. I should have known all that charity from the warden was going to bring nothing but trouble. No noble, no matter how barmy, would pull anything of the sort, but that man. It started with the little things. The warden would come by to talk as he did, except he used to ask us questions before, and now he was mostly gushing sermons. Some gibberish about a path to purgation. The sanctity of sacrifice, seeing with blinded eyes. I listened and nodded. Yes, Master Warden. Of course, Master Warden. He could say whatever rubbish he wanted as long as the tasty Optimate meals kept coming. I thought everyone else was doing the same, nodding just to please the big man. I was wrong. After that, people in the barracks started yapping on about purgation and blindness too. Apparently, us Optimates were no longer just the Warden's favorites. We were, Emperor forgive me, prophets of some kind. Were meant to save the rest of the sorry lot, or awaken them, or make them see, some rubbish along those lines. People were now supposed to make sacrifices to Optimates. Yesterday, the sap who slept in bed under me in my first year cut off his own damn ear and crawled on his knees toward me. He handed me the ear and begged me not to forsake him when the fateful hour came. What in the throne am I supposed to do with an ear? Why is everyone, every single one, staring at me all the time? The warden said the time was nigh, that fate had truly great things in store for the optimists. I went to look at how good my friend Clemson was doing. He hadn't spoken for 3 months ever since I had all, oh my gosh, had all his top teeth ripped out. He spoke today. He looked straight at me and said, "Dead man." I kept hitting him until it hurt me. Now my fists and feet are all bruised. Half the barracks stood there and watched and prayed. I'm scared. What is happening here? Chaos is breaking loose in here. My dog is pacing. Severed human body parts. Judging by the number of horrid morsels, dozens of victims were slain here. Anything in there? No, nothing.
Embrace true power.
Okay. The click there. You're just there. You have to open this door. All right, guys, we're gonna call it though because my dog keeps pacing. I mean, you can't see it, but she's like being passive aggressive with me. She's like, "Do you know what time it is? Do you know what time it is? I'm right here. Can you see me? I'm starving. Do you know what time it is?" So, yeah. I even took her out right before I streamed so that she wouldn't. I know it's not to go potty or anything, but she's still being relentless. Anyway, thanks for hanging out with me. We are gonna call it a day for this. I will be back. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Friday? Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, hopefully around 1-ish. No, I don't have anything before that. Definitely 1-ish. Should I say definitely? About 1-ish Central Time. So, hope to see you guys then. Play the game. Don't let the game play you. Loot first, talk later. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Heart. Bye.